Good morning, everybody. I would like to declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2022-23 Supplementary Budget Estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee has fixed Friday the 31st of March 2023 as the date for return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with cross-portfolio Murray-Darling Basin matters. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operation or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that where there are no areas in connection of the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. And I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, representing the Minister for the Environment and Water. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
I'd now like to welcome Mr David Fredericks, the Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Mr Fredericks, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. We are also joined today by officials from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, including Acting Chair Mick Keogh, I believe. Yes, lovely. Thank you. Which, as you would know, we not our standard list of attendees. Given that we're all going to rail through various elements through the morning, we felt that it might be useful to ask if any of the witnesses appearing have an opening statement and would like to provide that to us now.
Chair, if I may, Andrew McConville, Chief Executive of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority.
Thank you, that would be lovely. Thank you, Mr McConville.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to open by acknowledging the very tough times that people in the Murray-Darling Basin have faced over the past few months as a result of the significant floods through the river system. And whilst it's a cliche to talk about droughts and floods, such a force of nature is a reality, and we know that people in different parts of the basin across its 1 million square kilometres have had to deal with a great deal of hardship since we gathered here last in October. To put some numbers on it, in the months of November and December, the volume of water flowing into the River Murray system was the highest recorded in 127 years. Inflows have been in the top 2% on record of the Menindee Lakes, with flows from the Darling River that originated in Queensland and northern New South Wales. The lakes are still at above 100% full. And as that water moves on its journey ending up in the Southern Ocean, people are having to sweep up after it, and it's been tough for many across the basin. And it's not over. Widespread damage to infrastructure, property and people's livelihoods, and the inundation of some basin towns will take months and years to recover from. On the flip side, it does mean that the river system is well positioned for the year ahead. Major dams are virtually full, and the inundation of floodplains and wetlands means that our natural systems are in a healthy state. That is the good that comes from floods, setting us up for times ahead. I'd also like to take the opportunity, Chair, to table the latest Basin Plan report card. The report card was issued this week, and it's the 9th in the series and provides the Australian people with a clear picture of where governments are up to with the implementation of the Basin Plan. In a nutshell, it shows that there's work ahead and that we're running out of time. I commend the report to you and very happy to take questions at the appropriate time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to make any form of opening statement? No. Excellent. Okay, let us begin. Senator Davey, would you care to start?
Well, I can in the absence of my colleagues, unless you want to go first. Well, I can ask about the report card since you've raised it. Thank you very much, Mr McConville. Just find my right page. The report card, if you just read the executive summary and if you just look at the graphs, it paints a pretty devastating picture with all of the graphs bar, I think, a couple well into the red. Yet, when you read the detail, it actually highlights that 98% of surface water and 92% of groundwater targets have been met, with only 49 gigalitres left to recover under bridging the gap targets. And it predicts 83% of the SYDLAM projects will be completed by 2024. Now, I would say 98%. Back when I was at school, that was a high distinction. 92% was a distinction at the very least, and 83% was definitely a credit. So why is the report sort of predicting a fail when actually we've done so much work and we are so close?
Thanks, Senator. The task of the MDBA is to simply report the information. So the report does identify across a spectrum, as you say, the bridging the gap water where 98% of surface water and 92% of groundwater has been recovered. So there's a 49 gigalitre gap, as you say, still to be recovered. So it reports factually on that. In relation to the SYDLAM project, Senator, the point that the report makes is that there's been little progress in the last 6 months since the last report. It highlights that we estimate that 6 of the 36 SYDLAM projects are at risk of not being delivered. And in November of last year, Senator, we also issued our SYDLAM assessment report in which we identified that as a consequence of that, there could be a shortfall of between 190 and 315 gigalitres in terms of the delivery of the SYDLAM projects. The report also covers the performance of water for the environment, so the 450 gigalitres of efficiency water, and identifies factually that about 4.5 gigalitres of that have been recovered and another 20 or so contracted. So the purpose of those reports, Senator, is to simply report the data. We don't draw an assessment on I suppose views or otherwise. It's simply a representation of what's there.
I'm just concerned that people who just look at the dials, the graphs that have, green, it's like a speedometer, and it's all they're virtually all in the red, even for the SYDLAM projects, when only 6 of the 37 are not on track. So 31 out of 37 to me, again, if my child came home with that as their maths score, I would be very impressed. And yet your dial is in the red saying it's a massive fail when 31 out of 37 are on target. So I'm trying to work out why everything is painted in such a bleak picture when we have actually done a lot. Communities have done a lot. Water recovery has been out of communities. People have worked hard to come to agreement. Some of those SYDLAM projects with rule changes to the way we operate the river, they've done, and all we're seeing from the MDBA is a big red graph.
Well, Senator, I mean, people are open to interpret however they wish in terms of the data that's presented there. Again, I stress the point that the task of the MDBA is to simply report the data. When we look at the projects, again, it's a 6-monthly report on progress, so we are analysing against where we were at the prior point, and as the report notes, there's been limited progress across the key areas that the half-yearly report focuses on. And in relation, again, I make the point in relation to SYDLAM projects, our assessment is that there will be a reasonably substantial shortfall by 2024 when states had committed to deliver and complete those projects, so those projects won't be completed. And I think it's important to recognise that for those SYDLAM projects, the 605 gigalitres does remain in the consumptive pool. The commitment of the states was to then, if you like, pay that credit back by the projects that that they implement, and our assessment is that that won't be completed. So it's a reporting of the facts as we see them, Senator. How people care to interpret that is entirely up to them, I believe.
There has been a report recently in the Weekly Times about the SYDLAM projects, and that funding has been going out to the states continually, and it seems to have ensured that state bureaucracies were getting their money and that consultants were getting their money, but for the projects that aren't continuing, there has been very little on-the-ground progress. How is the MDBA or the department who are actually monitoring the implementation of these projects, and this has been ongoing since 2016, and I accept that we were in government for 3 years.
10, I think.
From 2016 to last year, sorry, my maths is terrible. But we keep approving the funding going to the states, and the states are not making any on-the-ground progress. Why is that? And how do we get the states to turn a sod?
Senator Lynn O'Connell, Deputy Secretary, and I think these questions are best directed at the department, so we will answer them. In terms of the projects, I mean, you reflected on the achievement in terms of, quite a number of projects completed and some still outstanding. In terms of those projects, it's a state responsibility in terms of whether they withdraw any projects or they don't, and there is a time frame under the plan for actually doing that. But I'll ask Dr Derham to talk to the progress with the remaining projects and our work with the state jurisdictions.
Good morning, Dr Peter Derham, Branch Head at the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. So it's a really good question to ask, how do our funding arrangements work with the jurisdictions? About half of the 36 measures require capital works, and so we do have funding arrangements in place for those. Others are rules-based and they do not have costs associated with them, so I'll just make that distinction. In relation to those projects where we do have capital works, we have staged funding schedules in place, which are Treasury funding agreements. And as part of that, they have a series of milestones, and we work through stages, as I alluded to. Stage 1 is a lot of the preparatory work that we would deem is necessary to get to a pre-construction. So by the time we get to completing stage 1, we will have done all of our regulatory approvals, which includes your cultural heritage, your environmental impact statements, your absolute design of infrastructure, engineering works, costings, and operating plans associated with all of that work that's required before you actually even start to commence construction. So most of our funding arrangements at the moment for the SDL adjustment supply projects have been focused in that stage 1 work. We have had some issues with the natural environment getting onto country. There's been a lot of water, low-lying water around. It has caused some delays in terms of conducting those cultural heritage and those environmental impact assessments, and everyone has acknowledged that, and we are still seeing some of those delays, especially with the more recent flooding just before Christmas. So advice that we've been receiving just on that point from our project team leads in, but particularly New South Wales and Victoria, so obviously South Australia is still suffering with the floods as well, a minimum of 6 months for some sites, not all sites, but for some sites and areas of some of the project sites. However, your question was about why do we keep extending the funding? Well, the way that the FFA schedules do work is that we pay in arrears on milestones, so the work must be completed before we pay. That is standard practice. And obviously when those milestone reports come in, we want to make sure that the jurisdictions have actually met the requirement of the milestones. And we go through a rigorous process and seek a lot of evidence from the jurisdictions in terms of their ability to have met those milestones. As I said, there are some delays. As we move my staging from stage 1 into that construction phase, that's a major gateway. We would expect what we would deem P90 cost benefits associated with the construction elements and evidence of market valuation in terms of suppliers, material products. And so we do obviously seek to do a very rigorous assessment of the evidence put forward in terms of those costs. But that's a very big gateway step between the stages of the projects. We do have a couple of projects that are contracted through to stage 2. New South Wales, we have what we call our Accelerated Supply and Constraints Funding Project. There are 4 elements of SDL Adjustment Measure supply projects associated with that. You may recall $330 million to see that project delivered through to final construction by 30 June 2024.
Now, did that project also include, or the accelerated project also include the rescoped Better Barker, Better Bidgie?
No, it does not.
No, so
There's a
they're
separate funding schedule for that, still in stage 1.
Right. The accelerated supply for the other areas, is that now on course?
It is on track, but as I mentioned, there are some risks, and we are experiencing some risks and delays associated with the more recent flooding.
Yep.
Senator, you may recall at the last hearing you asked questions about moving funds into the 24-25 financial year.
Yes.
Part of that, and at the time my evidence held it, we didn't attribute that down to individual jurisdictions in the PBS. That remains at a lumped sum. But that was in anticipation of the wet climatic sequence we had seen over the last couple of years, and we were anticipating challenges. While we anticipate that the works could be completed by the 30 June 2024 timeframe, final engineering certifications on ground and contract management administration closeout means that we actually wouldn't be in a position to pay that final milestone, because we pay in arrears until that next financial year. So we have done some preemptive work, but it's our expectation that we are still on track, but we are managing current risks.
And how about the rescoped projects, the Better Barker, Better Bidgie? They're in stage 1.
So can I just be clear? The Commonwealth hasn't committed to funding Better Barker or Better Bidgie. We have made commitments to fund the original notified measures, and at this stage, as we are all aware, they've been going through a rescope, and the New South Wales Government has not, as of yet, brought forward an amended notification for the Menindee Lakes project, which everyone that is under the guise of the Better Barker now, nor the Yanko Creek offtake project, which was the notified measure in the Murrumbidgee, which is now regarded as the Better Bidgie.
These have been talked about for a number of years now. Why haven't they been signed off by the Commonwealth? What's the delay? Is it a delay on our side, or?
New South Wales has not brought forward a notified amendment. They have been out consulting with their communities, and the Commonwealth duly awaits.
So, Senator, we have, as Dr Derham said, we're aware of what New South Wales is doing. We're aware of the rescoping. We've had conversations with them. But in the end, it's the responsibility of New South Wales to notify a change of measure, put it forward and propose it. So, that's the status.
Okay. In the interest of time, Chair, I'm happy to share the call because I've got other topics and I'll come back.
I will just note we have Media in the room, does anyone have an objection to media attending this hearing? Nope. Excellent. We will move on. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Obviously, the report card is showing a pretty dire situation particularly for South Australia, and how we're going to secure the 450 gigalitres. I'd just like to know, Senator McAllister, is it still the view of the Albanese government that South Australia should get that 450 by the deadline?
The plan is an incredibly important part, an incredibly important achievement, and it is in the national interest that it be delivered. The plan kept the river alive in the drought in 2019, and despite the major flooding that we just had, you know, another drought could be around the corner. It is incredibly important that we deliver the basin plan, all elements of the basin plan. It gives us the opportunity to put all those communities on a sustainable footing for the future. That is the government's intention.
When will South Australia get the 450 gigalitres?
I think the Minister has been very upfront about the challenges. Prior to the election, the WESA report indicated that under current legislative settings or policy settings, the 450 would not be achieved by the deadline. Last time we were together, we discussed the ministerial meeting that had taken place between basin ministers and the fact that they had asked for officials to work options up and bring them back to the next ministerial meeting. That work is underway.
That ministerial meeting, is that going to be discussed at that ministerial meeting next week?
I think the final agenda for next week's ministerial meeting has not been determined, but it is my understanding, and perhaps Ms O'Connell can talk you through it, that some of the elements of the agenda were signalled in the communique arising from the last time that they met.
Yes, so Senator, in the communique from the October ministerial meeting, it flagged that ministers restated their commitment to work together to overcome the challenges in delivering the plan, and ministers agreed they would meet again in February, and I'm quoting from it, February 23, to agree actions to deliver the remaining shared basin plan commitments. So that was out of the communique. That's the expectation of the Ministerial Council meeting in February, next week.
But you can't tell me whether the 450 gigalitres will be specifically discussed?
Oh, Senator, the Ministerial Council meeting is about delivering the remaining shared basin plan commitments.
So it will be discussed.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just be clear. It will be discussed?
Well, I can't project that the plan is to talk about how the basin plan can be delivered. So that would include the 450, Senator, yes.
And how would you deliver the 450 gigalitres?
How would I deliver it?
Or how does the government think it should be delivered?
Senator Hanson-Young, I think what you're asking is for the discussion, for us to telegraph the approach that we might take as the Commonwealth in a discussion that is scheduled for next week. That's not ordinarily how we would do things.
You understand the cynicism from those of us at the bottom of the river system that for a decade now we've been told, wait and see, it'll all be fine. And
well,
now we're facing, we're staring down.
I'm not sure that was the message from the last government, but I'm not sure wait and see, it will all be fine was what Mr Joyce was telling us. But
Well,
I think Mr Joyce flagged quite correctly, quite early on in his ministry, that the 450 that had been written into the basin plan at the 11th hour by the Labor government was a challenge that needed to be addressed, and then everyone spat the dummy, walked out of meetings, called people inappropriate names, and we've been sticking our heads in the sand ever since.
Thank you,
needed to be
Senator
addressed.
Davey, for that little history lesson of the previous government sticking its head in the sand for 10 years. Senator Hanson-Young, back to you.
Thank you. The she'll be right, mate attitude on delivering the water needed to secure the health of the lower end of the Murray, the Coorong, the lower lakes, our water source in Adelaide, has been very frustrating. And now we're looking at the 11th hour. We're being told, oh, well, it's not going to happen. And we don't have a clear response from the federal government as to what the plan is to deliver the 450, even after the deadline. And I know the government have said that you're open to water buybacks. Has any work been done to secure the 450 needed for South Australia since you took office?
Let's start from the top. I hope that your intention in asking the question in that way was not to suggest that this government has a she'll be right attitude about this question.
I'm saying
think
South
that would
Australians
be
have had a
unfair.
decade of it and we don't want any more.
I hope you are not suggesting that that is the approach of this government or the minister, because I think it's quite obvious that in the 8 months since taking office, the minister has had a very focused approach to rectifying a very large number of problems bequeathed to the Australian people by the previous government. The Murray-Darling Basin Plan is just one of those challenges and problems created by the previous government that she is working to resolve. You're asking, I don't think it helps to obfuscate about the fact that there are significant challenges. There is public advice being provided to government and to basin states about the challenges in relation to the 450, and the WESA report set that out in a very clear way. The minister raised that at the first opportunity with basin states last year. I think pleasingly there was a commitment at that meeting to work collaboratively and constructively to get the plan back on track. A minister's asked officials to go away and prepare options. That work is underway against all of the elements of the basin plan that remain outstanding, and a meeting to discuss that has been scheduled for next week. So I think your question was, has work been done on these questions? The work that was requested by the basin ministers is underway and is scheduled for discussion next week.
Will the 450 be delivered to South Australia before the next election?
I think I've said to you that the basin state ministers have indicated their interest in receiving options to get the plan back on track. The outcomes of that meeting are not able to be discussed now for obvious reasons, because it hasn't.
Is the government still committed to buying back water to recover the 450 gigalitres?
The minister has said that all options are on the table. As I've indicated a number of times now, no decisions have been taken in advance of the meeting that is to take place next week.
Ms O'Connell, has any work been done with the department to work out how much it would cost to secure the 450 gigalitres if it was to be purchased from willing sellers?
Senator, we understand what potential costs would be in terms of procuring the water, yes.
And is that a figure that you regularly update, that you're keeping a close eye on?
Well, Senator, purchase is purchase from the market, so it all depends on time, the cost and price at a particular time.
Yes. Trying to ascertain how closely you're watching these things, Ms O'Connell.
We are watching them, Senator, yes.
Has there been any recommendations made to government to purchase water in the last 3 months?
Well,
I think you'll understand, Senator Hanson-Young, that at the last meeting of basin states, there was an indication about a measure to address some of the shortfalls in some of the valleys, and Ms O'Connell or perhaps Ms Connell can talk you through that.
No. I'd like an answer to the question I just asked, which was, have you given any advice to government in the last 3 months about purchasing water?
Well, Senator, can I assist on that one? So you phrased that question as advice from the department to the minister, and you know in this forum we're not going to provide you with evidence of advice that we provide to a minister.
Has the government prepared any purchase documents for purchasing water for the 450 in the last 3 months?
Senator Hanson-Young, I think what you're asking makes an assumption about the outcomes of the meeting that will occur next Friday. I need to take you back to the process that the government is working through.
I don't need to go back to the process. I just want the question answered.
Well, again, Senator, can I say that's the internal workings of a department. At the end of the day, you know that may or may not manifest in advice to to a minister. It may even.
What's the purpose of being here, Mr. Fredericks?
If I could finish, it may also result in advice to Cabinet, which is Cabinet in confidence. So it is not right for us to be providing an answer to the question in the terms you asked it.
Mm-hmm. Ms O'Connell, what's the current working figure that the department has for the cost of purchasing 450 gigalitres of water?
Senator, we can talk to the current market price of the water, and then
you've said you've just told me in a previous answer that you know what the price would be. So I'd like to know what you think the price would be.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? You're talking about purchasing the 450 and asking about market prices, which is fine, but under the current legislation, I thought we weren't allowed to purchase under the 450. It had to be either an infrastructure program or a state-led project. So it has something changed while I've been sleeping, or are we talking in hypotheticals? If we're talking in hypotheticals, fine. But,
Indeed, Senator Davey, this is the point I was trying to make. Last time that we were together, I explained that the government had inherited a very difficult set of circumstances in relation to Basin Plan implementation. It had initiated a process with states and territories to start to develop options and come to an agreement about how we would get the plan back on track. That process is ongoing, and the questions being asked by the Senator actually make some assumptions about the options that might ultimately be adopted by either the Commonwealth or the states and territories and the Commonwealth together, which is why an answer to the question in the form that was proposed isn't sensible or logical at this point.
Ms O'Connell told me in only a few moments ago that the department knew what the cost of 450 gigalitres would be. I'd like the answer.
Senator, I'm reflecting that there's the market price for water and per megalitre, and you can multiply it, you know, in terms of however many gigalitres, and that'll deliver you a price. Whether that is a realistic price in terms of how a market might respond is another question.
High security water today.
Happy to give you a range.
Yep.
So currently the range for entitlements is between approximately $600,000 to $900,000 per megalitre. Obviously,
$600,000 to $900,000 per megalitre. I'd like to know where it...
sorry, $6,000 to $9,000 per megalitre. But you'd understand...
And what's the long-term average?
You'd understand,
Like what's
Senator,
the
that there are a
adjustment?
range of products, of water entitlement products across multiple catchments and water resources in the basin. So in terms of the current operating range, approximately $6,000 to $9,000 per megalitre.
And obviously if you entered into the market to buy 450
So I think, for
gigalitres...
example, at the moment in the Murrumbidgee
Do you reckon?
water entitlements are about 8,800 So in terms of yesterday's figures in the Murrumbidgee, high security entitlement is currently trading at $9,000 a megalitre. If we look at the Victorian Murray, above the choke, high security is currently trading at around $5,000 a megalitre, with low security trading at 960. So there are a range of products, as you'd be aware, in different catchments across the basin.
But we all know that the $9,000 is the right number. Senator Hanson-Young.
Ms O'Connell, has any water been purchased by the federal government since the election?
No, Senator. There's a commitment from the previous Ministerial Council to prioritise strategic water purchasing for the remaining bridging the gap element of 49 gigalitres across 7 specific catchments.
So water's been purchased for the bridging the gap elements of it?
Sorry, Senator, water's not yet been purchased for bridging the gap, but there is a commitment to those strategic purchases for the 49 gigalitre remaining bridging the gap across those 7 catchments.
And how much will that cost?
Again, Senator, it's in terms of projecting, we'd operate on the basis of current market prices, but those prices can go up and down on the basis of different market impacts in different state of the basin at different times, depending on whether it's dry or wet. So we work on the basis of an average of somewhere between, at the moment, $6,000 to $9,000 a megalitre.
How much water has been secured of the 450 for South Australia?
So in relation to holdings currently with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, 5 gigalitres are registered with Dr Banks, and I understand there's approximately another 21 gigalitres contracted.
So, Senator, just to reflect on the report card, the report card is an as-at date of December 22, so it says that there were 4.5 gigalitres with the environmental water holder. That's now changed to 5 gigalitres.
What page are you on, Ms O'Connell?
Of the report card, pages 4 and 5 give them a good summary. So I'm on page 4, the bottom right-hand corner, SIDLAM efficiency measures. So there it talks about
4.5 gigalitres?
4.5 gigalitres. The figure we gave was 5 gigalitres. That's an additional 0.5 of a gigalitre since the date that this report card had its calculation date, if you like. 0.5, yeah.
And that was transferred in January to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. It doesn't yet show up on our register. It'll be captured in the next audit.
Thank you.
The 21.4 gigalitres contracted, can you spell out for people what contracted means?
Yes, certainly.
In this context, not generally, specifically in relation to this context.
So what it means, Senator, is that we have financial contractual arrangements in place with a number of the state and territory governments. As part of those contracts, they have milestones for the construction and delivery of irrigation efficiency works. And for some of those milestones, they will transfer a portion of the anticipated water savings. And I can give you a breakdown by each of the projects of when we expect each of those water savings for that total of 26 gigalitres to be transferred to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, if that would be of assistance.
I think, Senator, too, that the movement of 0.5 of a gig from contracted to actually, delivered and with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder demonstrates that sort of, progress in terms of moving from contracted to actually with and delivered.
Which is water that's taken out of the consumptive pool and provided to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder.
So when is the date anticipated that the remaining 21.4 of this contracted water will actually be delivered and transferred to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder?
I'll run through the dates for you because I've got a number of contracts in place and they each have different delivery dates. The total is expected, the last transfer is expected on the 12th of May 2024. But in between, we have other deliveries. So we just went through the transfer that occurred in January. The next transfer will be 7 gigalitres associated with the Goulburn Murray Water Efficiency Project on the 4th of April this year. The South Australian City Marion project is expected to transfer 130 megalitres on the 30th of April this year. The Nap Nap Station project, which is in New South Wales, is expected to transfer 140 megalitres on the 15th of July this year. The Murray, MIAF, I'd have to check the acronym, apologies, where you do it. Murrumbidgee, thank you. No, my apologies. 2.18 gigalitres on the 30th of November this year. The next down payment for the Goulburn Murray Water Efficiency Project will be 8.9 gigalitres on the 30th of April 2024. The next down payment for the Murrumbidgee Irrigation Project will be 870 megalitres on the 9th of May 2024. And the Victorian Lower Murray Water Efficiency Project will deliver 1.8 gigalitres on the 12th of May 2024, and that will take you to a total of 26.1 gigalitres in those remaining contracts to be transferred to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder.
And I might just point out, Senator, this information is all available on our website.
I know. So by the end of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and the deadline, there is still going to be 424 gigalitres outstanding.
Currently, that's the projected shortfall as reported in the MDBA's report card.
And the WISA review report.
Just to be clear, that's an answer based on a static point in time now. Obviously, we'll need to see what unfolds. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just reinforcing that's a static time. But of course...
It's the nature of the problem the government is trying to address in cooperation with the other basin states.
Do we get
and
to the
it's
end
a problem which was signalled in advance of the last election and is a consequence of the deliberate policy approach taken by the last government to plan implementation.
Well, to be fair, Minister, the Labor Party went to the election saying delivered on time and in full. And we've got neither of them.
Senator Hanson-Young, it's been very clear from the beginning that the Labor Party made a series of commitments and was very conscious of the enormous challenges established by the approach taken by the previous government. And the Minister has acted very deliberately in collaboration with the states and territories to start addressing those.
Can I just ask one final one, just on this contracted water? If I,
Last question. Thanks.
How much are the contracts worth for those different transfers?
A total contract value for all of the projects associated with the 26 gigalitres is 373 million.
374 million for the 26. For that, I'd like to know specifically for the 21.4 that's remaining to be that's contracted, but there is
not yet delivered. I had the sum the other way.
Yeah.
I had 111 million for the 5 that has been delivered. So the difference is 262, 63.
But 374 for what should be delivered by the end of 2024.
That is what we have in financial arrangements.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask the ACCC to come to the table, please? And we'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you, and thank you. We understand we've only got the ACCC for the morning. I appreciate you coming, and you're a new addition to the agenda for Fridays, Water Day Fridays. I will be coming back to all the topics raised by Senator Hanson-Young later in the day. The reason why the ACCC are here is because you've got a massive task ahead of you in the water market reform section. I understand you've been granted funding of $12 million over 4 years to regulate water market conduct, and also to consult and implement a mandatory code of conduct for water market intermediaries. And then you'll have an enforcement role, is that correct?
That's correct. That's one component of the market integrity measures. The other component is the legislative change of the Water Act to include specific prohibitions on market manipulation and other market distorting activities.
And so where are we up to? Have you got a timeline of how you will proceed in both the integrity measures and then drafting, developing and implementing the Water Act changes?
We're engaged with the department at the moment over the details of that, and it's probably more appropriate for the department or the minister to refer to the timelines that they have for that process.
We'll take that if you...
Yep.
Yep, in terms of timelines.
This is why we have you all at the table at once.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Emma Solomon, Acting Branch Head in the Water Reform Division. So there was a timetable set out in the roadmap, and essentially it provides that legislation will be developed this year for water market integrity and conduct. Data standards will be developed. The intermediaries code will be developed this year, and it is hoped that the code will commence in the basin in 2024. With the ACCC having the compliance and enforcement role.
And Mr Keogh, who are you consulting on as you draft or drafting the code of conduct?
No, the government will be involved in drafting the code of conduct.
Have you had any input, given that the work the ACCC did on the water market review, and it was the ACCC that identified the need for a code of conduct? Have you had any input into, are you one of the people they're consulting?
We haven't, again, it's the government's role to draft the code, and we'd expect they'd consult with us as they would with other stakeholders as part of that process.
Senator, from the government's perspective, we confirm that we do.
So, of course, there's a number of steps we have to go through before a code can be developed and be implemented. And the first thing that we're doing is developing the legislation that will set up the power to have a code. And so that's the first step. And we've committed to working with ACCC and other stakeholders. But I can also advise that what the roadmap said about the code of conduct is that it set out the requirements that the ACCC put in their inquiry and reflected that it's likely that that would be the content of the code, subject to consultation with stakeholders.
It's like a game of tennis. The ACCC do a review, they make a recommendation, it goes to the department goes back to the ACCC. It's like... well,
Senator, that's all good practice.
Good practice, yes, good whiplash for me. So the market manipulation area that you're looking at with potential requirements to change the Water Act, can you step us through sort of where you're at in that process, what you're looking at, what sort of, when people, because I know your review on the water market, you actually found there was little evidence of actual market manipulation, although you found gaps that meant there could be, and there was certainly perception of market manipulation, even if there wasn't evidence. So what areas are you looking at to try and strengthen the trust and robustness of the water market?
So to recap, when we conducted our inquiry, we had mandatory information disclosure powers. We used those powers to requisition information from approximately 20 participants in basin water markets. That included state governments, irrigation infrastructure operators and major traders, as well as the registries. That encompassed about 6 million separate records, and of course they cross multiple transactions. When we looked at that, about 30% of those had $0 values associated with them. A lot of them didn't have a strike date, and a lot of them didn't have the ability to identify the individual involved in that trade. So it was only by triangulating state registry data, irrigation infrastructure operators data, and the commercial data provided by the main participants in those markets that we're able to put together a reasonably robust record of the transactions, and we did that for about an 18-month period, 2018 and 2019. So out of that, we weren't able to identify any particular market manipulation or what we would consider to be anti-competitive behaviour, with a particular focus on the 4 major institutional investors involved in the trade, but also the larger agricultural companies that may have potentially, for example, had market power or been able to engage in practices to manipulate the price. So that was our conclusion, but it's a qualified conclusion, and I think what it showed us is that the paucity of robustness around both the information required to trade and the reporting associated with trade made it very difficult to assure the market that there wasn't market manipulation or anti-competitive practices occurring in the trade. So I think it's very important to note that the prohibitions on misconduct in the market are interdependent with the requirement to dramatically improve both the data that's collected as part of the trade approvals process, but also the reporting that goes subsequently. Because without that, to do anything in relation to market manipulation or malpractice in the market requires a similar effort to what we had to go through to get that. And there is no way you can provide confidence to the market unless you're prepared to put that effort in over an extended period of time. We were able to do it for a point in time, but if you want to do it for an extended period of time, that's a real challenge.
So is the end goal of the water market reform to make that information accessible or more accessible, depending on where it comes from, but also standardised? Because at the moment, each state's register is different. You're lucky you've seen inside the IIOs, irrigation infrastructure operators. No one else can see inside there. So, you've seen things that no one else has seen. But also, to get that all streamlined, I can imagine there will be a cost involved.
Yes.
Is there conversations occurring with the players, including states and the irrigation infrastructure operators who, in all but Victoria, are not private-owned entities?
Again, I think perhaps the department would respond.
For the department. So, as you may be aware, Senator, as part of the budget, the government announced a range of funding measures to support implementation of the roadmap, funding for the ACCC, funding for the department to develop the legislation, for the Bureau to develop the data hub. We are also obviously working very closely with states and territories who are responsible for managing and running water markets. So obviously the government is talking to them about support for states and territories to implement those water market reforms, and we will work very closely. We have been working very closely with IIOs, and we will continue to work closely with IIOs in terms of the way the regulatory reforms are implemented. The Bureau of Meteorology, for example, is working closely with them to make sure that the changes they make can interface efficiently and effectively with interfaces of the IIOs. And there's also funding for the Inspector General who will have responsibility for some compliance matters in relation to data standards.
When are we hoping to have all the roadmap recommendations in place?
Okay, so I'll just refer you back to Ms Solomon, who provided the overarching timeline. Obviously, passage of legislation is a critical element of the reforms, and states and territories are also responsible for implementing and supporting quite a few of the recommendations. But broadly, in terms of the timeline.
So IIOs, so in relation to the National Water Data Hub, it's not expected to be operational until around 2025. So that will give IIOs and other data providers considerable time to adapt their business practices to the new regulatory framework, and will also enable, the Bureau has committed to doing one-on-one consultations with IIOs to make it as easy as possible for them to comply with the new reforms.
Now, is this data hub just about streamlining water registers and trading platforms, or is this the data hub that is going to be all things to all people that we've actually tried 3 times before?
So the Bureau is probably best placed to answer those kinds of questions. It's a proposed National Water Data Hub.
But in general terms, it seeks to cover the first aspects that you outlined.
The registers.
Yep.
Okay, I look forward to seeing its progress. Just while we've got you, Mr Keogh, is there anything else you'd like to tell us about what the ACCC is doing in the water sector?
We do have, as you'd be aware, a regulatory role in terms of the monopoly infrastructure providers, the irrigated infrastructure providers and the state agencies that are responsible for bulk water deliveries. And we put out regular reports on their costs and pricing and those sorts of things. So that's the other role that the ACCC has in relation to water in the Murray-Darling Basin. But we've recently put out a report about that. I don't think there are any great surprises in that. The pricing behaviour seems reasonable. The complaints about the ability to transfer out of, for example, irrigation infrastructure areas have certainly declined. I think there were about 15 last year compared to 26 or 27 the year before. And I guess it's not surprising in a year where there's ample water available and perhaps less demand for trade and less demand for transformations, etc. It's probably not surprising, but that's the other role the ACCC has in relation to water.
And just on the complaint side of things, because I know with IIOs, their contracts with their customers are internal documents. When someone has a complaint about how they're being treated, I know they all operate in the States, but I've also had calls into my office from customers saying, I've got a complaint about how my IIO is behaving, where do I go? There's no ombudsman, there's no sort of oversight of those, but as a contract holder, is there scope for them to go to the ACCC to complain about a belief that there's been a breach of contract?
Yep. And certainly I might go to Megan Utter, who's with us virtually, because Megan deals with that.
Well, I haven't wasted her time.
Yes, Megan Utter, Director of the Water Regulation and Compliance team at the ACCC. As Mick noted, we have received a declining number of complaints. The complaints we receive sometimes relate to the rules that we administer, the water market rules and the water charge rules. Relatively frequently, though, they do relate to other matters, and that may be in relation to the contracts that they have with their operators or other aspects of the services that they're receiving. Senator Davey, as you note, those other issues can be difficult to find the responsible entity who may be able to assist with dealing with them. Where possible, we do work to identify an appropriate agency. I'll just note that in our water charge rules review final report of 2016, we did recommend that allocating responsibility for looking at some of those matters to an ombudsman scheme or other similar scheme should be considered because it does potentially identify governance gaps. But where something relates to a matter under the Competition and Consumer Act, the ACCC will assess that and refer that, if relevant, to an enforcement area of the ACCC. Where a matter relates to something outside the scope of our authority, we will generally try to refer it to another appropriate body or advise the complainant to seek their own legal advice.
And if I might just add, Senator, as part of the reforms, we're exploring some additional mechanisms to deal with that issue.
Thanks, Senator. So the aspects of market manipulation, the legislation that is being proposed and was referred to in the roadmap, so there is currently quite a narrow insider trading prohibition under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan.
Yep.
What it's intended to do is to expand that to IIOs.
Didn't it apply to them already?
In a more expansive way, but also the market manipulation offences. There currently are none, but there will be, and that will apply to all parties, including IIOs. But a really significant part of the reforms is the transparency aspects. So for the first time, irrigation rights and water delivery rights will need to be recorded, and trading of those rights will need to be recorded and reported, and that information will go to the National Water Data Hub. So that level of transparency doesn't exist at the moment, but it will benefit all market players.
I thought it did. I thought if someone traded water in, say, New South Wales, they have to report the volume if it was going into Valley and a cost, but the problem is there's a lot of $0 trades being reported. Which I might add, the CHU does $0 trades because they trade from their own licence to their own licence.
So currently, because members in IIOs are part of the statutory bulk entitlement of IIOs, trading within IIO networks is not recorded and reported.
So it'll shine a light.
Okay.
Inside.
So we're now going to see inside the IIOs, which is what
That's the ultimate
ACCC.
objective. We're not there yet.
I think that will excite many people, but it also may
Upset others.
upset many people. I think that's all I have for the ACCC.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Senator McLaughlin.
I have one for the ACCC. How is it envisaged you're going to work alongside the Inspector General? Is there going to be a need to deconflict? I appreciate that you're focused in a particular area, but both of you have, I can see some overlap.
Yeah,
Have
broadly
you reflected
speaking,
on it?
the Inspector General looks at compliance at a state level with the plan, whereas we are looking very specifically at individual activities by traders and participants in the market. I think that's my summary of it, but perhaps again the department might.
Yeah.
Oh, so I can go to that. So, under the reforms, the proposed regulatory roles really just expand on the current regulatory roles. So at the moment, the Inspector General for Water Compliance has a data price reporting compliance role that will be expanded under the reforms because there will be essentially a lot more data that needs to be monitored. And the ACCC will have responsibility for the conduct aspects of the reforms. So that's the market manipulation, insider trading and compliance with the code. So there is a division, but we're working with both proposed regulators in relation to the legislation to ensure that the roles are defined and functions are very clear.
So will we see possibly a memorandum of understanding between the two regulators as peers, or maybe I'm using the wrong term, or a protocol?
That's obviously an issue for the regulators, but it's
Yes.
a practice that's adopted in relation to other water functions. And the Inspector General, for example, has memorandum of understanding with states and territories who also have compliance functions in relation to water issues.
We think that the distinction of roles will certainly solve quite a number of those issues or lessen them. Yes.
Thank you.
And so that will be stepped out through the process of developing the legislation?
Oh, that's right. And I mean, we convene fortnightly forums with the Inspector General and the ACCC and the Bureau to ensure that we've got clarity of definition and function in the way we're developing the reforms, and that will be applied to the way we develop the legislation and obviously the code of practice. It's going to be important for us to continue to work together closely.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any further questions for the ACCC?
No, thank you very much for coming.
Is everybody okay if we release them now? Yep. Thank you very much. We do appreciate you joining us this morning, and we'll let you along your way.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Ross, Senator Cadell.
AKA Ross. Two questions. I wanted to talk about the ACT announcements on their water plan and how it affects Murray-Darling. So Icon Water, which is ACT Water CEO, said they're now kicking off a range of detailed investigations into climate-independent water sources, including looking at recycled water, increased extraction from rivers, searching for groundwater and desalination are all on the table. So with that, what growth in use provisions exist within the ACT water source plan that would allow ACT and surrounding communities, which are part of the urban water resources such as Queanbeyan and Yass, to increase their take from the Murray-Darling?
So I think that's probably a question for the Murray-Darling Basin Authority in relation to water resource plan operation and compliance.
Thank you. Senator, I'll ask Mr Goods to come forward as well, but in effect, anything that the ACT does still has to fit within the framework of their water resource plan and the sustainable diversion limits that have been set. But Mr Goods might like to comment further.
Thanks, Chair. Tim Goods, Executive Director of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. There are growth in use provisions within the ACT surface water resource plan, but the specific level of detail that you've asked there, Senator, we'd need to take on notice and provide you with a response.
Happy with that. And that's currently around about 34,000 megalitres of ACT Queanbeyan runoff from recycled wastewater goes into the system. If they were to use that by potable recycled or reusing on their parks and gardens instead of returning to the river system, would that be potentially a breach of the ACT sustainable diversion limits?
No, if they're using developing reclaimed water and it may in fact help them over the long term to stay within their sustainable diversion limit, because it's the SDL is the counted once extracted from the system.
Yep.
And then if the more times that they're able to capture and reuse that water, then the more efficient they become, and they stick within their SDL, and that in fact assists with growth in use provisions.
Okay, great to know that. Then that's all I have on those issues. Just some, there's been a lot of media this week about limited tenders. So through the...
Can I just ask a question? Just on the back of your last question, has there been any growth in the provision, on the use provisions in other states' water allocation plans?
Yes, there are. I'm pretty sure that in the South Australian system there are some provisions for growth in use, but I'd need to take that on notice and confirm.
That'd be useful, thanks. Sorry.
No problem, Senator. So through this, with MDBA, through Inspector General, through all departments, have there been any limited tenders since May 2022 put out?
Senator, just to clarify, you're talking about limited tenders for purchase of water, I'm assuming?
No, limited tenders for contractors, for consultants, those sorts of things.
So let me just clarify. Senator, do you mean across the water division?
Yes,
or
across
my
the water.
department? I think I'll have to take that on notice if I could.
Okay. Will you on notice give me what the value for each limited tender was, the recipient, and what was the reason for each one segregated?
Take it on notice.
Thank you. That's all I have on those two things.
Cool. We might go to Senator Payman. Yes, and he was going to...
I don't want to hold the day. I do want to hold the day, but I don't want to hold the day.
Yes, and neither has Senator Payman, so she's going to have a go first.
Okay, I'm more than happy to concede to that.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question, so just based off what everyone has been inquiring about, can the department please outline what the current estimated contribution of supply and constraints measures are projected towards the 605 gigalitre target?
That's probably more appropriately a question for the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, so in November of last year, we released our annual assessment of progress, and whilst it's important to note that the actual reconciliation will not occur until 2024, our estimate as at 22 November last year was that there would be a shortfall of somewhere between 190 and 315 gigalitres against the SIDLAM projects, and that would therefore require a reconciliation.
And can you remind us who's responsible for delivering the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism?
So the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism, SIDLAM projects, Senator, are commitments by the states. So the states committed to 36 projects to essentially offset, if you like, the 605 gigalitres that was retained in the consumptive pool. So another way of thinking about that, Senator, was like a credit, and the projects are the repayment of that credit. And we are required as the MDBA to, if we think there is a shortfall, to conduct a reconciliation in 2024.
And so, as you've indicated, there's a shortfall. How is that being addressed?
So, Senator, at this stage, it's an estimate, so we can't do the reconciliation until 2024. It's the responsibility of the states to work and complete the projects that they have committed to.
And, Senator, that process is set out in the Basin Plan in terms of the steps in reconciliation.
Sorry. If you could step us through what that plan essentially.
I might ask Mr. Goods to comment if I could, Senator.
Thank you.
So, Senator, at the point of reconciliation, if the authority will do an assessment as to which of the 36 projects are in operation at the relevant date, which is 30th of June 2024, and will conduct an assessment as to what the revised, if you like, offset will be. So back in 2017, when the packages were notified, those assumptions were put through the model, and the 605 gigalitre offset was determined. and there were adjustments made to increase the sustainable diversion limits in the relevant catchments of the basin to reflect that. So at reconciliation, we're saying to what extent were those outcomes delivered by the projects, and as we've indicated, the estimate at this stage is a shortfall on that 605. So another run of the model with the actual results will spit out a new number, and that will mean that the authority is then required to give advice to the Minister on amended sustainable diversion limits in various catchments across the basin, Southern Basin. And so that will go as in the form of a recommended amendment to the basin plan. And if the Minister makes that amendment, it's then a legislative instrument. The SDLs are amended and would mean that there is the gap, if you like, the bridging the gap amount that we've talked about may well increase.
And so, if I've got it right, like, are you able to confirm or let us know what happens if the states fail in their responsibilities to deliver their SDLAM projects? Is there a clear pathway for this to be resolved?
Yes. So the states have until the 31st of December this year to advise of any changes that they expect in the delivery of the projects. So some we anticipate may be amended by being withdrawn altogether, and some we expect may be amended by changing the scope of what can be delivered in time, or they may be amended to change the scope up or down to having lived the implementation journey for 5 or 6 years to have discovered new ways of doing things and enhancing outcomes. So they need to advise of those changes by the end of this year, and then the authority has the first 6 months of next year to undertake the assessment, rerun the model, and propose any amendments to the SDLs to the Minister.
Sounds like a constructive plan. I understand that some states are asking for more time to deliver their projects. If no time extension is given, are there viable options for the Commonwealth to deliver this part of the plan?
So, Senator, in terms of the role of the MDBA, we will make that assessment, and that exists under the Basin Plan, so we're required to make that assessment by the 30th of June 24. In terms of action around the timeframes, it's probably more a question for the department.
Thank you, Senator. So there is a process set out in the Basin Plan and the Water Act. Mr Goods has outlined, I guess, the front end of that process. So it's about doing the reconciliation, determining whether there's a shortfall. The MDBA may end up providing advice to the Minister about whether the sustainable diversion limits need to be adjusted to deal with that shortfall in the form of a Basin Plan amendment. The Act sets out a framework for how a proposal, if that is made, has to be dealt with by the Minister. If the Minister chose to take that advice on board, the implication is sustainable diversion limits in the relevant water resource plan areas in the Southern Basin have to be adjusted down. It's quite a long process, so in rough terms, the next stage would be for the relevant states to amend their water resource plans to adjust the SDLs down, and ultimately, if that happens, there'll obviously be impact on water entitlement holders in those catchments, so there's a process set out in the legislation for those impacted entitlement holders to make claims to the Commonwealth to be compensated for that impact.
Right, thank you very much. That's all for me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
What is the projected shortfall of the offset?
So, Senator, as Mr Good mentioned, there will be a formal reconciliation come 2024, but for the first time last year, yes, we put a number on it, and we estimated that the shortfall for the SDLAM projects would be somewhere between 190 and 315 gigalitres of the 605.
190 and...
Between 190 and 315, Senator.
So up to half of it.
If it was at the upper end of that range, Senator, yes, that would be half of the 605.
How much money has the Commonwealth Government spent under this particular priority?
Yes, we'll come to the table, Senator.
So the Commonwealth has funding agreements in place with the relevant states and territories. So there are only 3 states involved in the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism. So it's South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria. So I'll just point out that some of the projects have already been completed, but as we've discussed this morning, there are a range of projects still underway. So I'll just pass to Dr Durham, who can provide you with some more information.
To date, contracted $621 million. Paid to date, $257 million.
Can you just repeat those again, Dr Durham?
Contracted to date, $621 million. Paid to date, $257 million.
And what quantity of water does that funding apply to of the...
The 605 package. So
No. How much water has been recovered of the 605? Does that amount of money apply to?
We're not in a position to project that at this point in time because, as Mr McConville and Mr Goods have pointed out, the 605 is a package of projects with intersections, and it won't be until reconciliation is conducted that the MDBA will report what the ultimate recovery figure is.
Dr Durham, you've said that some of the projects have been completed.
That's correct.
How many have been completed?
I might just ask my MDBA colleagues to confirm, but I believe 15 of the 36.
And out of those 15 of the 36, how many of those 15 are actually delivering the amount of offset that was promised?
Well, I'll go again to the answer I just gave. The MDBA reconciliation process is designed to determine exactly that, provide the answer to that question, but we can give you some information about the current projects that are completed and the environmental benefits that they're contributing. But in terms of that volumetric contribution, that won't be determined until reconciliation is conducted. But one very good example is the Nimikaira project in the Lower Bidgie. So that's, I think, been fully operational as a supply project for about 3 or 4 years now, and we've just seen, it's probably more a matter for Dr Banks to speak to, but we've just seen some really quite amazing environmental outcomes, bird breeding events, watering of wetlands that haven't been watered comprehensively for decades, and that watering has been facilitated by the Commonwealth's investment to remove structures that were previously capturing and holding the water back from those wetlands.
I think Mr McConville may have something to add.
Yeah, Senator, I think just to reinforce that point, so the measures are modelled as a package and there are significant interdependencies between the projects. So that means that the exact volume of water associated with the at-risk projects can actually only be fully calculated when we do that reconciliation. What we've tried to do through the assurance process is provide an estimate, which is really to monitor progress, but to the specific point of your question, until the reconciliation is conducted, we can't answer which specific projects are able to deliver.
Senator, though, there's significant environmental benefits, and we could ask Dr Banks to speak to that example.
I appreciate, Dr Banks, that you've come to the table, but actually I don't want to get distracted from the information I'm trying to get.
Maybe, I don't know, what were these projects booked at in terms of the amount that they were supposed to attribute contribute to the 605, surely they've been booked at an amount.
Yes, and we can, if we take that on notice, we can provide you the details of the specific projects and what each was expected to contribute to the 605.
So there is only one number, Senator, it's 605, and it's on the assumption that all of those projects came into operation in the way that they were notified. If you just brought a project in...
You can't bullshit a bullshitter. I'm telling you that we all know that projects were accounted for with amounts. Yes, the 605 comes into being because of the way they interact with each other, but each and every one of those projects was accounted for at an amount.
Yeah, they had to have figures to be put into the model.
They have assumptions as to how they would be built and how they would be operated, but they do not each, from the MDBA's perspective, they do not each have a volume associated with them. They have as a package a number of the offset, which is 605.
But there must be assumptions for each project, because otherwise you couldn't predict that there's going to be a shortfall up to 315 gigalitres.
Correct. So each project has a set of assumptions about them in terms of how they would operate, what sort of area they would be able to inundate, what sort of outcomes they would achieve. And then it was the task to model that package that brought those assumptions together. And some of the assumptions on one project are dependent on the assumptions of a second project being delivered. So if project 2 falls over, then it may diminish the contribution of project 1, which is why, even though we say we think projects X, Y and Z may not be delivered, it's not until we confirm that and change the assumptions in the model that we then understand what the revised adjustment amount might be.
So then, Mr Goods, if there's 15 projects completed, have any of those projects, those completed projects, changed changed the assumptions of the model? And based on, now that they've been completed, now that you can see whether they're actually working or not, has there been a change?
Yes, Senator, they have. So each year we conduct, we publish an assurance report, and one of the aspects of that report is to take a sample of the projects, and to date we've run assurance on projects that have been completed, and we have a look at what's, because many of those have had the opportunity, either the rules to be enacted or the infrastructure to be operated. And so we've been able to see, okay, well, were the original assumptions able to be borne out in real life? And so last year's assurance report, we reported on a number of projects which appear to deliver against the assumptions. There was one project that it seemed when it was operated actually had delivered the capability to achieve greater floodplain inundation than had first been modelled. So we'll factor those changes into the reconciliation. And there was one that had been delivered as intended but was not yet able to operate to the extent that had been anticipated. And so there's a question that needs to be resolved about.
Which project is that?
I'll need to take that on notice, Senator, and come back to you.
And so you're saying then out of the 15, one is perhaps going to deliver more, one is going to deliver less, and all the others are bang on, are they?
No, that's from last year's report where we assured 9 projects.
That was out of 9.
9 of the 15, yeah.
So out of the 15?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Is that because you don't have, is the information available though?
We would have, it would be for many of them in prior years' assurance reports. So we should be able to find that.
Ms Connell, you were talking about that in response to Senator Payman's questions about what happens at the end of this process. And if we know, if we take the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's evidence today that up to half of the 605 gigalitres won't actually be reconciled. What is the amount? And then you mentioned compensation. What is the amount of compensation?
So that's unknown at this point, Senator. So it's a very structured process, excuse me, that's set out in the Basin Plan and the Water Act, and there are a lot of points where different decisions have to be made. So the first point in time is the MDBA determining what the actual shortfall is. Then the next point is if the minister is provided with an amendment to the Basin Plan to reduce sustainable diversion limits, whether that amendment is accepted. And then the next step is for states to deal with amendments to their water resource plans and work out how they're going to deal with the fact that those SDLs may have to be factored down. So at the end of the process, if sustainable diversion limits have to be reduced in a way that impacts water entitlements, states and territories have to look at, or states, because it's only New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia, have to look at how they manage that in terms of the way they amend their water resource plans.
Mm-hmm. Out of the 21 remaining projects that have not been completed and don't look like they will be, those 21 remaining projects, which states are they in?
Can I just clarify? Yeah. This morning we heard that 31 would be complete in time and only 6 were questionable. So 15 are complete, we've heard that.
Yeah, I'm asking how many of the remaining 21, I'm asking out of the remaining 21, which states are those projects in?
New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia.
And how many in each of those states? Break them down for me.
Just have to add up.
We are due to go to a break.
I think we can get this and then we
if you...
Senator Hanson-Young, I wonder, like, it is one of those matters. I don't mind if the official runs through it, but it may be just more straightforward to do it after the break.
Senator, if we could take that on, we can come back to you after the break in terms of specific by state.
Okay. If we start straight after the break with a rundown.
Chair, can I just ask that you remind members about the use of language? I have delicate ears.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. If everyone could please be mindful of Senator McLaughlin's ears and be respectful in general. No, that wasn't a... Thank you. We will now break.
I withdraw.
We will break for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. We'll return at 10:45. We will now resume with the Murray-Darling Basin Plan cross-portfolio matters, and we will start with Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. And can I... we've got another
yes,
question.
Sorry, I'd completely forgotten all about
Get a cup of tea, Chair.
Yes, please.
I'll yield again, Chair.
You're not having a good day, are you?
No.
Please, Dr Durham, go ahead.
So thank you. So just to confirm, we had 15 completed projects, and for full transparency, I'll give you the breakdown by jurisdiction for those as well, Senator. 5 in Victoria, 4 in New South Wales, 3 South Australia, and 3 are jointly proponents, New South Wales and Victoria. For the 21, 9 attributed to Victoria, 7 attributed to New South Wales, 3 attributed to South Australia, 1 is attributed to joint proponents New South Wales, Victoria, 1 is attributed to joint proponents New South Wales, South Australia, Victoria.
God help that project.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair.
Try again.
I'm going to have some questions around Blackwater events and water health. post the floods. So if the relevant officials can come forward.
We'll bring Dr. Banks to the table.
Thank you. Thank you to the authority for its comments regarding the difficulties many South Australians have had to endure in their hardships, and my mind also turns to Robert Westbrook, who tragically died during the floods, and my thoughts are with his family. When we last met, we had a series of conversations about the positive benefits of the flooding and for the long term. There's also been a lot of commentary, particularly in my own state, around blackwater events, and I'm interested in the view of the experts here about that, what's causing it, and whether there are any long-term impacts.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Simon Banks, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. Look, blackwater events are a natural part of the system, as I'm sure you're aware. They are one of the consequences of floods, where water moves across the floodplain, picks up the organic matter, and then that breaks down, creating blackwater. And to a degree, that underpins the productivity of a river system, but can get to a point where it leads to low oxygen or hypoxic blackwater in the system, and we've seen that quite widespread. But that's a consequence of many of the wetlands and forests that perhaps haven't had a drink for many years. As the water drains off, it's going through this process of breakdown that's led to the hypoxic blackwater that we've seen in the system. What we've been doing where we can, there's not a lot we can do with environmental water, but where we have been able to do something is in the Edward Collect-Cool system. Throughout the flood, we've been working with the Murray Irrigation Limited and landholders in that system to create freshwater refuges for native fish, in particular fish like the Murray cod. What we're doing is diverting water through the infrastructure, and that's water that hasn't gone through the forest, so it hasn't gone through that process of breaking down the organic matter and so on. And by using what they call escapes, we're dropping water into different sections of the river and providing well oxygenated water for the fish to then seek refuge in until the sort of blackwater events pass.
Do you see a need to replicate those initiatives in South Australia at the moment?
Look, I think that depends on the infrastructure that's available, and you know, like we're in probably a good position with Murray Irrigation Limited, where there is good infrastructure in there, and we can actually divert the water around, so it's not adding to the system, it's not exacerbating flooding, it's just simply diverting water in the system around the forest. I don't know that there's necessarily the same sort of infrastructure in South Australia that enable that, and that's where I sort of said that there's not a lot we can do. There are certain sort of situations where we can do something, and where we can, we certainly do, and it's been proven as a successful strategy. Like those refuges that we create have shown to assist the fish, and we all recall a sort of, you know, there's been terrible circumstances where the hypoxic blackwater has led to quite severe fish kills. Well, where we can do something about it, we certainly have. Senator, just on South Australia, SA Water installed and they're operating an aeration system at Rufus River, downstream of Lake Victoria, for sort of local fish refuge, and SA Water and ourselves, the MDBA, are sort of monitoring that quite closely. So that is one specific example in South Australia.
So you're monitoring that?
And with SA Water, yeah.
Yes. So if you could just take on notice any other initiatives that we're doing.
Very happy.
I'll let you decide the period, but it's...
Very happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Does your field of vision include marine life, or is that because it's sort of outside the scope of the authority? Because there's been a lot of conversations regarding the consequences of the outflow.
Apologies, Senator, I just missed the first part of your question.
I'm talking about marine life. Does your field of vision or concern go also to marine life, or is that sort of because the water's left the river system it's a South Australian government problem?
Yeah, in terms of my remit, it's about protecting and restoring the environmental assets of the Murray-Darling Basin, so perhaps doesn't include the marine life. But I think, when you get floods like this, then there are consequences, obviously, to the communities, at the end of the system, and it will take, I'd expect it would take some years for those marine communities outside the mouth of the river to recover. But that's part of how the system operates when you get big freshwater flows, which have significant benefits further up the stream for the environment.
Is there a concern about debris, pesticides and chemicals as a result of the floods, or an increased concern?
Largely an issue for the state water authorities. I think certainly the water authorities are monitoring both that and issues like blue-green algae as well. So the state authorities have responsibility for both providing notification and monitoring water quality. I know, for example, SA Water has issued warnings around algae and the like in Lake Bonnie and other parts of the basin. So that rests with the state authorities, Senator.
I might just come back to the measurement issue a little bit later in the day.
Sure.
I also explored, I'm just shifting gears here, so in relation to, I asked for the minutes of your meeting, which you kindly provided, and I appreciate you now publish, with the Commissioner from my own state, Mr Beasley. Have there been any further interactions with him since we last met, both either in correspondence or meetings?
No, Senator. We, as the MDBA, have not had any further interaction with Mr Beasley.
Can I extend that to the department, that question?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just bear with me for a moment. In what time frame will we settle on the full impacts of the flood? And I don't mean necessarily on civil infrastructure, homes, because that's fairly self-evident, and the states are dealing with it with the assistance of the Commonwealth. But I mean from an environmental perspective, both on the ledger of positive and negative impacts, and how long will be the maybe long-term benefits and maybe long-term effects. When can we have a conversation about that with clarity?
Senator, so we have monitoring programs going on in 7 areas around the basin, and I know the scientists that are doing the monitoring have been having trouble getting out onto the floodplains and into the systems to be able to do the monitoring. But I'd expect that we'll produce an evaluation report at the end of this year, which will give a sense of what's happening in those systems. Obviously from our interest, it's about how much of that is a result of the watering that we've been doing, but I think it will also obviously inform the general state of the health of those areas that we're monitoring in.
Will there, this may come back to the department or the authority, will there also be a review of infrastructure and how it's not only coped or not coped with the floods, but whether improvements could be implemented?
Yes, Senator. I'll ask my colleague, Mr Reynolds, Head of River Ops, to come forward and also answer the question. But yes, Senator, we will, when possible, do a review in relation to both infrastructure and the broader impacts of floods, and that will certainly also help us understand, given the significant nature or volume of water flows, for example, and that will certainly enhance our understanding to determine when issues like constraints are addressed, the benefit that they might bring. But Mr Reynolds might have additional comments.
Thank you. Andrew Reynolds, Executive Director, River Management. So we'll, in the early stages of commencing a post-flood review, our first thing we will do is document all of the decisions and information that we had throughout the event and take stock of that. In terms of infrastructure, we will look at the operating rules and the infrastructure that we use to actually regulate flow in the river. And of course, once you get to flooding of the nature we've had, that far exceeds, the capacity of the infrastructure to control those flows. There are a lot of other infrastructure, though, roads and levees that are managed by other entities for other purposes that wouldn't be part of our immediate review of those activities, of course.
So what is your intended timeline? I'm not looking to hold you to a date, but when will we see the benefit of that work?
So our review of our system operations and like we conducted over the next few months. So the next time we hear at estimates, I'd expect I'd have outcomes from that.
You anticipated my question. That completes that line of questioning, Chair.
Thank
so
you.
I'll hand back to you.
We'll go to Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Minister, just wondering, does the government still ascribe to the principle of the triple bottom line, where economic, social and environmental considerations are given equal weight when it comes to the delivery of the plan?
Yes, I mean, it's a feature of the legislation.
So earlier today, in response to some questions from Senator Hanson-Young, you said that the government wasn't ruling anything out. Can I read into that compulsory acquisition isn't being ruled out?
The government, apologies. The minister's made it clear that all options are on the table. As I indicated to Senator Hanson-Young in response to her questions, it's not my intention today to speculate about what might be decided in discussions with basin states. The meeting next week is an important meeting. It's an opportunity for ministers to regather, to arrive at an approach for getting the basin plan back on track. It's not my intention to preempt the outcome of those discussions.
Okay, so compulsory acquisition isn't being ruled out.
Sorry, I think that an approach where you list I think there are good reasons why the government would not be ruling things in or out at this point in the process. The minister has said all options are on the table. I think to go any further than that and to draw any conclusions about particular approaches or particular measures would be wrong. And I encourage, I suppose I just want to be very clear in response to this line of questioning that simply you raising an approach and me indicating that it's that I'm not willing to provide a response to it doesn't in any way mean that it is something the government is considering. I'm simply saying that I'm not going to preempt things in advance of the discussion.
I mean, I would contend, Minister, that compulsory acquisition is not just a mechanism, it is quite a significant issue, and, you know, perhaps...
It has had bipartisan positions
in the past.
That's quite right, Senator
Yeah.
Davey, and that has been the bipartisan position in the past. That's exactly right.
Okay, so
that was the government's approach last time we were in government.
Okay, so it was just a simple question. Okay, so and now I'm not sure. I wasn't at the start of Senator Hanson-Young's original line of questioning. So if these questions have been answered, please indicate, and I won't expect an answer. I can look it up for myself. So, has there been any water buybacks undertaken in relation to the buybacks that you're still perfectly entitled to undertake under the 1,500 gigalitre cap in the last 6 months?
No, Senator.
No water buyback. So to you, Ms O'Connell, there was quite a story around a comment that was supposedly had come out of basin ministers at the end of last year around the decision or a proposal for the purchase of the 46 GL of surface water and the 3 GL of groundwater that still was required to make up the gap water. So I'm just sort of keen to understand, after those comments that were made at Senate estimates, did the department receive any communications, phone calls and the like from concerned stakeholders about the fact that the government was entering back into the market in relation to buybacks being a priority that was agreed by basin ministers?
Senator, and I'll quote from the communique to be specific. So the communique says, As a matter of priority, the Commonwealth will work with relevant communities and basin states on options to bridge the remaining gap in water recovery, including through strategic purchase. So that was the reference. It's a reference to the remaining 49 gigalitres of bridging the gap.
Yep. So was there ever any subsequent concerns raised by any of the states that the comments about moving into the water market were misrepresented?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just
because it's a quote directly from the communique.
Okay, I'm just wondering. No minister came out and said that there were no secret plans in relation to buyback.
Oh, there were several press releases from basin ministers after, basically after the ministerial meeting. So,
did the department ever make any statements in relation to either obviously not Minco because that's minister's prerogative, but following the estimates, comments and commentary that followed last year?
Did we make any public statements, like put out some sort of media release or anything?
Yep.
No, but there was in particular a water trader who did put out comment across several thousand of the people in their address list to say that there was a purchase program open. We referred that matter to the ACCC because there was no purchase program open, and we did clarify and put out a statement, or put on our website a statement to the effect that there was currently no purchase program open.
Okay.
So we did clarify that for that purpose.
Okay.
That's correct. So I think there was a text communication that went to quite a broad range of people across the Murray-Darling Basin, which reported some what we believed was inaccurate information. So we referred that the instance of that communication to the ACCC, and understand the ACCC wrote to the relevant person and asked them to correct the record.
Who was the person?
So it was an organisation called Waterfind.
And in your comment in relation to the states expressing concern, they were directly on to us expressing concern about the fact that would be misleading to people to think that there was a water purchase program active in the market. So,
and it's very important that I actually get on the record that on the basis of the issues and concerns that were raised by the department, and I understand subsequently the ACCC, that the statements that we took issue with were retracted and corrected. So it's important to note that.
Okay. All right, we might follow that up a little bit later because it's certainly not quite my understanding. Can I just, I know you're not ruling anything out, so I'm just going to, this is actually a question on the basis of trying to get an understanding. If, for example, one of the decisions in terms of the options for recovery was to adjust the SDL, can you explain to me how that would impact and how that would work in practice and how that would impact on water right holders?
I'm not sure if you were in the room at the time, Senator Ruston. Senator Payman asked some questions around this already, and the officials went through the process as it's described. This can be done again, if you would like.
Well, I'm not sure in answering Senator Payman's questions that I actually got the answer to mine in terms of how the change in an SDL will actually be impacted on the water holders' rights, and because my question is then about compensation.
Okay,
I think the broad framework was set out, but perhaps Mr McConville can step through.
I'll ask Mr Goods to come forward, Senator, in terms of, so your question is in relation to if there's an adjustment to the STLs, how that will impact on individual water holders.
Well, how it impacts on water right holders, how does it impact on the water that's currently held by the CHU? My question originally was going to be, it was one of the mechanisms that was being considered, but clearly we're not ruling anything out, so I won't ask that question. But I'm just keen to understand, if that was a decision, how does that flow-on effect actually impact on the water holders' rights or water right holders, and how does it impact on the CHU in terms of the redistribution of the water rights? I mean, if it goes from being an SDL is adjusted at 60% and it goes to 50%, how does that work?
Senator, I will ask Mr McConville and Mr Woods to talk you through the overarching framework. However, I am cautious that in speaking in general terms about the arrangements that are set out, it is clear that no such decision has been put before the Minister yet.
I wasn't accusing you of that.
And no such decision has been taken. And I think it is proper for officials to talk through what is there. It's not proper for them to be asked to speculate about what might happen should a decision take place that hasn't yet been contemplated.
Senator McAllister, I am not asking them to do that at all.
Great.
I'm merely asking what would be maybe if I could rephrase my question. What would be the impact on water right holders and the Commonwealth environmental water holder in relation to the impact on the status of their rights and the qualities and features of their rights should a decision be made, if there was a decision made to change the SDL?
Thanks, Senator. So if in the event, for example, that the reconciliation proposes amendments to the SDL and in a particular region the SDL is reduced, then the provisions of the Water Resource Plan enable that SDL change to be flowed through. The state is responsible for ensuring that its management arrangements ensure that it meets the SDL. But if there's a gap between what's on licence and what the SDL is, then the Commonwealth has committed to bridging the gap. Mm-hmm. And so they presumably would be looking for opportunities to recover water to bridge the gap. In that event, there is no impact on those people who have chosen not to enter a program to transfer their water. Similarly to the program that is currently, the work that's happened over the last several years to bridge the gap to the 2750 as adjusted. So there's not an automatic impact on...
Ms Connell earlier explained that if there was still a gap after a Bridge the Gap program, that there was a process in place in the basin plan whereby the states could adjust their rules to bridge the gap. And she raised that the Water Act then allows for water entitlement holders who are negatively impacted to then claim compensation. I think that's what you're asking about, that process. And then how would that, if that's impacting water entitlement holders, how does it impact the Commonwealth's held entitlements?
I would, to give a clear answer, I'd probably be most advised to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. All good?
I'm happy to go if you want.
No, we will.
Share the call.
We will share the call and we will go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again. How much water does the Murray-Darling Basin Authority hold now?
Senator, the authority doesn't hold water.
Commonwealth Environmental Water. Sorry.
Thank you, Senator. So we hold a long-term average annual yield of 1,991 gigalitres.
What about right now, say 1st of February, 1st of
Oh, in terms of allocations?
How much water do you hold?
Sorry, just give me a moment. Right now, we have about 1,680 gigalitres available for use. So that's allocations that have been issued against our entitlements.
How many, sorry?
1,680, approximately 1,680 gigalitres available for use this year. In terms of managing the holdings, there's what we do in terms of use this year, and we've used about 650 gigalitres. And then we also sort of think about how much we want to carry over for future use or use early in the new water year.
Okay. Thank you. How much water has the Albanese government purchased so far, and at what cost? What percentage have you? What percentage of your budget have you spent? Because people in the regions think that Tanya Plibersek has a magic chequebook right now.
So the overall, the proportion of entitlements that we hold is 2,877 gigalitres.
2,877?
And that's entitlements, which goes to an average annual yield of about 1,991 gigalitres.
How much has been purchased recently, since the Albanese government came in?
Senator Roberts, good morning. The officials did walk through this earlier today, but Ms O'Connell may be able to assist you.
Senator, we have not been purchasing entitlements. There isn't a purchase program out and underway.
Why do people in the regions think that Tanya Plibersek has a magic chequebook right now? What's she buying?
I can't explain why people might or might not think there's a magic chequebook or...
Okay, thank you. What is your target for water buybacks?
Senator, at the last Ministerial Council meeting in October, the communique, and it records, and I've read it out, but I'll do so again, that as a matter of priority, the Commonwealth will work with relevant communities and basin states on options to bridge the remaining gap in water recovery, including through strategic purchase. That gap in the remaining water recovery is 49 gigalitres for bridging the gap. It's in 7 specific catchment areas, and the intention is to recover that water through strategic purchases. So we can go through the catchments if you wish.
If we could do that on notice, please.
Okay.
Something with you, Ms O'Connell. You just said the intention is to secure that through strategic purposes, and yet you just read the communique out and it said including through strategic purpose. So they're not actually the same. You've just actually put on the record that the 49 gigalitres is to be secured through strategic purpose, but
it's including through strategic.
Yeah, that's
purposes.
that's what the communique says, but that's not what you just said.
I think I said both, Senator, and I, including through. I read it out saying including
the clarity.
Through strategic purchase.
My point, I suppose, is that you need to be so careful with how you say something, because there are people watching. I've had a text message before saying that, we've had 2 text messages from Irrigators saying they're prepared to sell their water for $900,000 a megalitre. But, there are people tuned in at the moment, and they will hear what you say. And if they just heard that 49 gigalitres was going to be secured through strategic purchases, that's exactly the kind of nomenclature that will lead people to believe that you're about to go into a buyback. Indeed, but the communique said something different from what Ms O'Connell just said.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister, will you give an undertaking that this will be the end of it, or will you keep buying water off farmers until there is no water and no farmers, just mates in corporate agriculture, growing monoculture crops and sending the profits overseas while hollowing out the bush?
Senator Roberts, any decision taken by the government will be done thinking about the overall health of the communities, the plants and animals, the people living in the Murray-Darling Basin system.
So you're not going to rule out more purchases?
Senator Roberts, I'm really reflecting on the many imputations in the question that you just asked, which suggested a range of outcomes for the basin, and I wanted to assure you...
Well, that's been going on, what I just...
Senator Roberts, I wanted to assure you about the government's overall posture in making decisions about the sustainability of the basin and basin communities. In terms of the specific question that was embedded within all of that preamble, we've talked about this a bit this morning, but the government comes to office in circumstances where the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is not on track. The government has received advice that aspects of the plan are unlikely to be able to be, aspects of plan goals are unable to be reached under current policy settings. That issue was discussed the last time the basin ministers met. The ministers made it clear in their communique that they intended to work together to resolve these questions, and they've asked officials to bring options back to them. The meeting to consider those options is next Friday.
So you still haven't ruled out that there'll be no more buybacks, and I'm correct in saying there is a hollowing out of the bush. It's been going on for a number of years under the Murray-Darling Basin Authority plan.
Senator Roberts, I think you're asking me about what policy solutions ministers might arrive at when they meet next week. I'm not in a position to preempt that. It's a really important conversation, and it's important that the ministers from the basin states come together with the Commonwealth to discuss what they are going to do collectively to get the plan back on track.
Okay, I'll move on. What is the target acquisition for South Australia environmental flow from this purchase program?
Sorry,
Senator, we
Senator
just
Roberts,
said there is no current purchase program open.
Good. So what is the target? In previous estimates, the Murray-Darling Basin Authority has accepted the water returned to the Coorong in surface flow counted as SDL acquisition. Is that still your position? Because I understand that is around 70 gigalitres this water year, and that's significant.
Sorry, Senator, can I just ask you to restate the question?
Sure. In previous estimates, the Murray-Darling Basin Authority has accepted the water returned to the Coorong in surface flow from the southeast drains as that it be counted as SDL acquisition. Is that still your position?
Oh, it's a question for Mr McConville.
Thanks, Senator. I'll ask Mr Goods to come forward in terms of answering your question, if I could. Thank you. Or Mr Reynolds, I'm sorry.
So the Southeast Drains is one of the SIDLAM projects, so it is one of the projects that contributes water to the 605 overall target.
To the 605 overall target. 70 gigalitres is the South Australia Department of Environment's figures.
I'm not aware of where you've got that figure has come from, Senator.
South Australia Department of Environment.
I'd have...
saying that 70 gigalitres has been accepted as the water returned to the Coorong in surface flow so far.
Senator Roberts, to assist the official, I wonder if... Do you have a more specific reference than...
No, I don't, I'm sorry.
Than this? Okay. Sometimes it can assist in sort of helping the official understand the context in which that fact may have been presented.
Yeah,
So what's the amount recovered that's now flowing into the southeast of the Coorong?
Are you asking what's the volume that's flowed in this water year from the southeast?
No, I'm asking
drains?
what's been recovered and counted as SDL acquisition.
So the Southeast Drains project is one of the SIDLAM projects. I think from memory it contributes about 26 gigalitres on average, but every year is different.
That's the way the Murray-Darling Basin works, yes. So what's the total amount? From all the recovery projects in the southeast, you just alluded to more than just the drains?
The Southeast Drainage project is the only project that I'm aware of that is part of
Okay, good.
SIDLAM.
Thank you. Do you accept that the Coorong is flushed from the east using natural surface and aquifer flow, or are you back to advocating jamming water across the top end of the Coorong as a way of clearing the Coorong?
So the Coorong receives water in a number of ways. The majority comes as flow from the Murray system. Water also flows into the Coorong from the southeast through the drainage network, and there would be a significant groundwater flow into the Coorong as well.
So you still claim that passing the water over the top of the Coorong, the north-west of the Coorong, flushes the Coorong?
Certainly that's the natural processes that occur in that part of the landscape.
Right now, but they used to be flushed from the water entering the southeast of the Coorong.
Water has always entered the Coorong from multiple sources from the southeast, substantially from the Murray, and as I said, also through groundwater flows.
How does passing water over the top of the Murray, over the top of the Coorong, how does it flush the whole of the Coorong?
So as water flows into the Coorong, it moves down into the southern lagoon on the basis of tidal fluctuations, and progressively fresh water makes it further down through the system. As the different times of the year when the tidal fluctuations are greater, then that's more extensive than at other times.
Wouldn't that be like drinking water, a glass of water through your backside?
I couldn't comment on that, Senator.
Well, that's what's going on. People acknowledging that water coming in, turned back from the drains, coming in through the southeast of the Coorong, flows through the Coorong. Flows through means flush the Coorong. When it comes over the top of the Coorong, the mouth of the Coorong, it only comes in and out on ebbs. It doesn't flush the Coorong.
So we certainly see progressive freshening of the Coorong, so reduction in salinity in the Coorong, as water from the Murray system makes its way into the Coorong on tidal fluctuations. Part of the reason to keep the mouth of the Coorong open, and we've invested significantly in doing that, is to ensure that that tidal fluctuation continues to occur. There's been extensive study of the Coorong, particularly by the South Australian Government and research institutions, but also with support from the Commonwealth, to examine how best to manage the Coorong, and the practices that are in place are broadly accepted as the best that we have available to us at the moment.
With due respect, Mr Reynolds, there are so many things going on in the Murray-Darling Basin that we're told are best practice but are bullshit.
I'll take that as a statement.
Moderate your tone, Senator Roberts.
So you don't accept that the Coorong is flushed from the east using natural surface and aquifer water?
Water flowing in from the east contributes to flows through the Coorong, but there are many other sources of water that also contribute to that.
What are the other sources of water that flow through the Coorong?
In terms of freshening the Coorong and preventing hypersaline conditions occurring, that significantly occurs from water coming into the Coorong on the tidal fluctuations from the Murray system.
Okay. So are you counting all this as environmental water, the southeast drains recovery water, or are you rolling over the environmental water you didn't need in Dartmouth, forcing out carryover water for irrigation?
I think the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder could speak to how they're using their entitlements. Certainly in the current year with such significant unregulated flows, the floods that we've seen coming through the system, there's been very little held entitlement delivered to the end of the system.
So there's very little rolling over of environmental water?
Senator, the entitlements that the Commonwealth owns have the same characteristics as irrigators, so we work within those rules about how much we would carry over, and in fact, as a proportion of the storage volume, we're actually we're not that significant. We're about 4.7% of the sort of storage volumes.
I understand rollovers are a controversial topic. They need to be discussed openly, from what I'm being told. Is there any thought given to that?
Senator, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by rollovers. What we do is carry over water, and that's allowed within the rules. And
I'm not saying it's not allowed. I'm just saying, is there any plan to have an open discussion about it?
Well, I think it's a tool that all irrigators as well as ourselves can use as part of the characteristics of our entitlements.
Sorry for using the term rollover, I meant carryover. How much carryover water does the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder own, and what is the maximum amount the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder can own based upon your current licences?
So from the last water year to this water year, we carried over about 1,081 gigalitres across the basin. And as I say, that's working within the rules that are set by the states and apply to all equivalent entitlement holders. It's probably too early to say how much we will carry over because we're actually in the middle of a water year and we're continuing to use water. And as the year unfolds, it's really important that we continue to build the resilience of the wetlands and the rivers as...
We've just been through a flood.
Yep, and we're seeing, for example, up in the northern part of the basin, it's drying quite quickly, and we've got water that we're delivering to Narran Lakes to support the completion of a bird breeding event. Completion of those events in these wet times is really important to improve the sort of populations of colonial water birds.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to talk and question about the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. So if we can have the right officials, great. So how much water has the CEWH delivered so far in the current 2022-23 water year?
Yep, thank you, Senator. So we've delivered 653 gigalitres of water. The use of the water has been focused on supporting the completion of bird breeding events in different parts of the basin, and we're seeing some records around, some of the bird breeding is sort of the most we've seen in over 20 years. And what we're doing is using the water to maintain levels in the wetlands that the birds are breeding in to ensure that they successfully complete the bird breeding, which, as I was just saying to Senator Roberts, is really important. The floods have triggered these events, and for us to ensure that they're completed is really important in terms of maintaining or improving the populations of colonial water birds. We've also been using water, as I indicated earlier, around blackwater events which can be problematic for our native fish. We've been using water to create refuges, to provide the opportunity for the native fish to sort of refuge in there or seek refuge in those areas until the blackwater events pass by.
And so how does that compare with your use in previous years?
Yep, look, last year we used over 2,000 gigalitres of water. Generally, we're using about 70% of the water that we have available on average. So, look, we've got a lot of plans for the remainder of this year. While the floods have gone through and sort of rejuvenated a lot of the wetlands, and some of those wetlands haven't received water for many years. As the flood recedes, it's what we do with our water during the recession, supporting the bird breeding cycles so they're completed, and we'll start thinking about next year again. It's all about how we, on the back of the sort of resetting that's happened as a result of the floods, how we start to build or continue to build the resilience in the system ahead of sort of what we'll all expect is a drought in the future.
Excellent. And in wet years, some might say that Commonwealth environmental water is not required because all the environmental outcomes are already achieved. How would you respond to that?
Look, I think we've demonstrated our ability to use water in wet years. We used over 2,000 gigalitres last year. We've used 650 gigalitres this year, which relative to other water holders, entitled irrigators and others, we're probably using more water than others. And I think it's, focusing on the outcomes. There's important outcomes that can be achieved during these wet times, as I've just talked about. And then we also think about how much we need to carry over into the new water year to ensure that we can do waterings in the early part of the water year, which again might be about generating a response from native fish to help protect or restore the native fish population. So it's sort of about what we do this year, what we're thinking about in terms of planning our water use for next year early in the year. And I think we've demonstrated, we've demonstrated, I think, that we can use it in dry times, but also these wet times.
And would you say you've achieved all your objectives this year?
Look, I think there's more to do because, we're partway through a water year and, there's bird breeding events that are underway as we speak that we're seeking to complete. And I think as the flood recedes, we've been able to use our water to improve water quality as well in the system more broadly. Look, we'll keep an eye on conditions and we are seeing it starting to dry, particularly in the north. And the sort of forecast from the Bureau looking forward over the next 4 months is drying conditions. So those are all the sort of factors that we think about in terms of using as we use our water. And of course we work closely with partner agencies, landholders and others that give us sort of on-ground observations about what's happening in the system.
And you've alluded earlier, but like some early predictions indicate that we could be heading into an El Nino next year. If that were to eventuate, can you describe any risks that it would pose to you achieving the desired outcomes you've laid out?
Yep. Look, I think next water year, because we've had a couple of good water years in a row, the dams, storages have got plenty of water. We expect that we'll get a reasonable level of allocation in the next water year. But that, like we've seen, things can turn dry very quickly, and I think we sort of will stand ready to be able to respond, which might be how we use our water in systems where, if it all starts to disconnect, to freshen up water holes, which we did in the last drought, to improve connectivity and support fish passage, all those sorts of things that are really important as things, the system starts to dry out.
Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Just a follow-up. You've referenced bird breeding cycles. With so much water flowing through the system, are there any risks in terms of where the water has enabled a lot of breeding and, flora, fauna, all the critters, that in the subsequent or the tail end of this sort of water year and into the following year, that there may be challenges with having less water?
Look, I think we've got water, like plenty of allocations at the present time to be able to, and if we can deliver water to those sites to maintain the water levels for bird breeding, we'll absolutely be doing that. And there was discussion earlier around the Low Bidgie and Guyini. We've been using water in that system to ensure that the significant bird breeding down in those systems are completed. So I think at the present time we've got sufficient water, but I think it's in the out years as things if things start to dry, and then the share of water that we would get will be less, but that applies to all water holders. And then it becomes more challenging in terms of the sort of where the priorities are that we use our water to achieve the outcomes.
Great, thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Just quickly, Minister, you did before mention the MINCO meeting on Friday. Was that a misspeak and it's still Thursday? Or is it Friday?
It's on Friday.
I was going to interrupt. It was in the response to the question to Senator Roberts.
Well, given the nature of the question, I will check with officials.
The Ministerial Council meeting is scheduled for next Friday.
It is next Friday. Okay. Sorry. For some reason, I thought it was Thursday. And it's here in Canberra.
No.
Where is it?
It's in Sydney.
It's in Sydney. Oh. Was it meant to be in Adelaide at some point? Did it change from Adelaide?
Not as I recall, Senator. I can check.
Okay.
The previous Ministerial Council meeting in October was in Canberra.
Yes. And when was the last one in Adelaide?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Could I ask about, there's been lots of questions about the amount of water recovered so far. Just get that number actually clarified in terms of out of the 2,750 gigalitres, how much has actually been recovered?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So in terms of the 2,750 water recovery target, as Mr McConville explained earlier, that was adjusted down by 605 gigalitres on the basis of the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism, and there was a further adjustment of 70 gigalitres to take account of the Northern Basin Toolkit. So the current Bridging the Gap recovery target is 2,075 gigalitres of surface water.
That's right.
We've currently actually recovered 2,142 gigalitres of water, but there has been a small proportion of over-recovery in some catchments, and as we've said earlier this morning, Ms O'Connell advised there's 49 gigalitres still to be recovered to bridge the gap in catchments in Queensland, New South Wales and the Australian Capital Territory. So, and 40, I should make it clear, so 46 gigalitres of that is surface water, and a bit over 3 is groundwater, because there's also a groundwater recovery target in the basin plan.
And then, of course, there's the 450 additional water, of which...
That's right.
We're nowhere near delivering at this point. So from the (2,142 gigalitres that's there, how much overall money since the 2012 basin plan was put in place has been spent by the Commonwealth?
We do have that figure, but I'll just get Mr Dadswell to come to the table to take you through that figure. And while Mr Dadswell's finding the specific number, I would note that that water has been recovered through a range of programs, purchase programs and a range of infrastructure efficiency programs.
Matthew Dadswell, Water Division. Since 2012, $7.6 billion has been spent on the Murray-Darling Basin, $4.8 billion on infrastructure and supply measures, $2.8 billion on water purchase. Furthermore, $265 million has been spent on efficiency measures and $57 million on constraint measures.
So a total of $7.6 billion.
So $7.6 billion, so $4.8 on infrastructure and supply, $2.8 on water purchase, and then from the Water for the Environment Special Account, $322 million, comprising $265 million for efficiency measures and $57 million for constraint measures.
And how much money was originally put aside for the implementation of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan?
Approximately $13 billion, Senator.
So $13 billion, and we've only spent $7.6 billion.
And $322 million.
So we've spent almost $8 billion.
Yes, Senator.
So where's the rest of the money?
So, Senator, $1.8 billion remains in the Sustainable Rural Water Use and Infrastructure Program, and that's predominantly for supply projects, and $1.56 billion remains in the Water for the Environment Special Account, the majority of that for efficiency measures.
That doesn't add up to $13 billion though, does it?
There has been, at various times, other funding put into the, comprising the 13 billion. So the 13 billion was a range of activities. What I was sort of quoting there was the remaining funding that's available in the budget.
So there's I don't quite understand that if 13 billion was put aside for the implementation of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, only 8 billion has currently been spent. Another 1.8 in one fund and a 1.5 in another fund. Where is the remaining $1 billion?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. There's been, as I said, the program's been around for quite a number of years, and there's been.
I know, and we can never get an actual answer on this. So this way, I was hoping that under the new administration we would get a bit more clarity on the figures.
So, Senator, we will take that on notice because it's a proper question. I think the complication is. Because we're going past such a long history, I have a sneaking suspicion the $13 billion figure includes some funding that has been provided from other portfolios, so we'll need to bring that to book for you as well in order to demonstrate that number. So we'll have a crack at that on notice because it's a legitimate question.
That would be helpful, thank you. So 7.6 plus the 300 odd million, so just shy of 8 billion spent. The 1.8 billion is that, how much of that has been contracted?
So in terms of there's of the 1.8 billion, 503 million is currently contracted. 1.3 billion is committed.
Okay, so 1.3 is committed.
Yep, and the remainder is contracted.
And so that we can just understand where that's mostly going to go, what elements is that committed to?
So it's committed, I can just assist there, it's committed to, so the Sustainable Rural Water Use and Infrastructure Program includes, I think it's more than 40 programs and measures which cover a range of programs and funding arrangements to states. So it includes funding for the supply and constraints projects that we've talked about this morning. It includes funding about $180 million for the Northern Basin Toolkit. It includes funding for a range of programs that were committed to after the Vertesi report into fish kills to improve fish passage and other measures in the Northern Basin. I think there are some projects in relation to fencing. It covers metering and monitoring commitments. It covers commitments for hydrometric funding. So it funds a broad range of programs and measures across the Murray-Darling Basin.
We did, Senator, run through earlier this morning the supply and constraints projects on what was committed versus spent, which is a significant component of that.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the 1.56 in the special accounts, how much of that is committed or contracted so far?
301 million is contracted over the forward estimates.
301
million.
301
and the remaining is committed.
Is committed, and nothing's been contracted out of that.
So contracted. Contracted was 301 million, and committed is the remainder.
Okay. The committed is the remainder. Is that because you know what that's going to get spent on already?
No, it's committed to two principal programs. So the off-farm efficiency program is the bulk of...
Oh, I see, to the program rather than to the project.
That's right.
Okay.
And the other major commitment is to fund constraints relaxation measures.
Mm-hmm. And the 301 that is currently contracted, could you tell me, Mr Dadswell, specifically what that's contracted to?
So Dr Durham walked you through those contract commitments this morning in relation to, and they are available on our website, so I think there are about 6 contracts in place with New South Wales and Victoria and 1 in South Australia in relation to off-farm efficiency projects. So in South Australia, it's the South Australian Marion, I think, Council project. There are a couple in Victoria, the Goulburn Murray Water Project, and there's the Murrumbidgee Irrigation Project is the major one in New South Wales.
And can I just be clear? They're from the remaining 21, not any of the 15.
Oh, apologies, Senator. So we're in the Water for the Environment Special account. And so the Water for the Environment Special account is funding for efficiency projects, not for supply projects.
Right.
Although,
Yes.
just to complicate things for you a little bit, there is a component of that fund that's directed to constraints relaxation projects. So constraints relaxation is funded out of 2 buckets.
Do you know what would be really helpful? If
We
you
can
could
set
take
it all
on
out for you.
notice and say, out of these 2 buckets of money that is left, 1.8 billion, and could you tell us where that's going to go out of the 1.3 that's already been committed? And then in the 1.56, if you could do the same thing, that would be helpful.
We can do that, Senator.
Okay. Is it expected that the 1.8 billion will be exhausted by June 30, 2024?
So at the 1.8 billion in the Sustainable Rural Water Use and Infrastructure program covers a range of programs and measures. And as we've heard this morning, some of those are currently not forecast to be delivered by 2024. So insofar as that funding currently relates to delivery of some of those supply projects, it's not on track to be fully expended.
Okay. Mr Dadswell, how much money is going to remain in either of those funds by the 30th of June 2024? What's your projection for that?
I don't think that's something the department can accurately project for you at this point in time.
The funding is committed over the forward estimates.
And when is that up to? When's the forward estimates up to?
So for the Water for the Environment Special account, which ceases on the 30th of June 2024, it is up until then. For the Sustainable Rural Water Use and Infrastructure program, there is some funding that goes into 2024-25, and that's when that program will end.
And how much goes into 2024-2025?
153.8 million.
Okay. But given this latest update from the MDBA and the targets, would you expect, Ms Connell, for that to be adjusted in the May budget then?
That's a matter for government, Senator.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you. While I still have Dr Banks at the table, I've got a few questions that follow up from what Senator Roberts was asking. With your portfolio, which crosses a lot of jurisdictions, You said this year you've delivered 653 gigalitres so far, but in allocations you've got, I wrote it down somewhere. Can you remind me how many allocations you've got this year?
So the total available for use this year was 2,333.
Yep.
We've used about 600, these figures were also at the end of December. We've used about 653, and we've actually been doing further waterings over the last little while too.
And I appreciate that you will continue to do so. So I totally get that you have no idea yet what you'll have at the end of the water year, which may be able to carry over. But can you just, is it your practice that if you have remaining water in one valley that hasn't got enough provision to carry over, that you will transfer allocation into another valley where you may be able to carry over? It's a term known in the by irrigators as carryover parking. Do you do that with your water?
Yeah, look, you raised this at the last estimates hearing, and look, we will transfer within the rules. Again, that's everything that we do is within the rules that operate, or for all entitlement holders. So we will transfer to maximise the carryover that we can have in from one year to the next, and then we'll often use the water early as well. So it means that in the springtime where we can take action to
and that enables you in a year, if general security allocations, so the low reliability allocations, start low, you've actually got a volume of water already there that you can start using. So you'll be releasing water and creating airspace.
That's correct, yeah.
And I just wanted to confirm a figure you gave to Senator Roberts, that your entitlements only equate to about 4.7% of storage volume? Or is that the entitlements you currently hold, the volume?
Sorry, just... So the current environmental water, as a percentage of the basin major storage capacity, is about 4.7%. So it's a current water that we hold allocations.
Oh, your allocations.
Yep.
So if you had 100% of 100% of your water, given the current allocations this year were 2,333, what would that sort of work out to be? Because I don't think it would be much higher than 4.7. It might be 5% or...
I may be able to answer that. So at a basin scale, the volume of held environmental water since 2014 has averaged around 8% of actual water in storage.
Right.
By way of comparison, sort of consumptive carryover in the same time was about 27%.
Yeah. Thank you, because there's always conjecture about whose water is locking up. I now want to turn to there are very strict rules in place for how you can trade water, if you do trade water, but you've recently just conducted a trade in the Goulburn, is my understanding. It was 8 gigalitres of water. Is that correct? Has that trade concluded?
So, Senator, in January of this year, I made a decision to sell up to 8 gigalitres of Goulburn Valley water, and that was based on my assessment that environmental outcomes could be improved by selling the allocations and then using the proceeds of any sales for environmental activities. We went through a tender process which opened on the 30th of January. And then closed on the 3rd of February, and right at the present time we're just finalising the outcomes of that sale.
And those, once finalised, if my memory serves me correct, you report average price paid. You don't report the individual trades, but you report the average price paid. It's pretty transparent.
Yeah, Senator, look, we're in the process of finalising the outcomes from that tender process, and we will make that information publicly available through a report that we'll put on our website. And now I don't know if we're exactly what we're reporting on, but because that's in the process of being worked out. But yes, we'll be advising the outcome of it shortly.
Your website under the Trade Intentions tab for January to March doesn't provide much information. Are you still considering options for the remainder of this water year, given that you still do hold a large number of allocations and it has been wet? I understand you, and you've explained that you're still doing environmental waterings, but are you still actively considering options and opportunities?
Yep, absolutely. We're considering our use towards the end of the year. We're thinking about we're planning and having conversations around how much we can use and where the priority is for that use this water year. And we're also discussing, the sort of carryover volumes that we want for early waterings in the new water year. And trade is the sort of third option that will continue to be considered as part of the sort of management of the portfolio that we've got to ensure that we get the best environmental outcomes from it.
You also mentioned that at the moment you're doing, you're finishing a bird breeding event in the Narran Lakes, which is correct. In the north. I think your website says you're using the water that was originally purchased from Eastern Australia Ag. In the past, I understand you've also used the water market to purchase temporary entitlements or lease temporary entitlements.
So Senator, we're not using water that has previously been purchased by East Australian Ag. What we've done is enter into an arrangement because it's dried up there. There's not. We didn't have sufficient holdings to be able to support the completion of that bird breeding event. We've entered into an arrangement with East Australian Ag to release water from one of their storages down the Narran, and that's happening as we speak. We expect the water to get to Narran on Sunday, and that's about maintaining water levels within Narran Lakes to ensure the completion of the bird breeding event, but also to keep the lakes more broadly inundated so there's resources, food and other things for the fledglings to feed on.
So, and I know some of your predecessors get very excited about Narran Lakes because they were so disconnected for so long, and they are actually providing some really fabulous results. The arrangement you have with Eastern Australian Ag is unusual. How would you describe it? Is it a leaseback arrangement? Is it a...
Well, from our perspective, it's a grant, and we got independent advice about what a reasonable price to pay for the water they were holding. And then we've put in arrangements to ensure that they don't fill the storages again, so there's no additional benefit to them.
There's no additional take.
Yeah, that's correct. And you're right, the Narran Lakes, like the pelicans breeding up there, it's the first time that pelicans have been breeding up in that site, in the Ramsar site up there since 1998, 99, so really important outcome.
Must be where my pelican's gone, because he hasn't come back to my river. With the opportunities, and this is sort of a question both for you in principle, but also for the Minister, because the Minister, you've said no option is off the table for finalising the basin plan. And there has long been talk about, instead of going for direct purchase recoveries, whether lease-back options would be feasible. Firstly, in your mind, Dr Banks, could it be feasible? And then, Minister, are you aware of any conversations about such proposals that may have come before the government?
In terms of...
Well, maybe I should answer this, which is to say, and it's similar to the answer I provided earlier, there's an important meeting next week. Officials were asked to prepare options for the ministers. It's not my intention to canvass the particulars of those options in advance of that discussion.
In terms of those kind of event-based mechanisms. It's been done once before, but it depends on a lot of things coinciding. Water being available in a storage for us to be able to acquire, conditions in the catchment, what water we might have, and what flows may or may not be in the system. So I think there's a lot of things that have this year sort of coalesced to enable us to be able to enter into that arrangement. Obviously, with the significant bird breeding event that's happening, we've absolutely made that a priority.
Thank you very much. I quickly want to go back to the department, and we've canvassed a lot about the 49 gigs remaining to be purchased. What was agreed at the October MinCo. I just want to understand, because a lot of stakeholders were under the impression following that MinCo that a water recovery strategy would be released. I had understanding from stakeholders that it would actually be released before Christmas, but it hasn't been released yet. Is there an intention to release a water recovery strategy?
So thank you for the question, Senator. So as Minister McAllister has indicated, basin states and territories and the Commonwealth are meeting next week as part of the Ministerial Council meeting to discuss options for implementing the remaining shared basin plan commitments. And looking at a range of options to deliver on the remaining shared commitments is a key part of that Ministerial Council meeting. We're not really in a position to preempt the decision of ministers in relation to delivering on those shared commitments.
So I take that a water recovery strategy will not be released prior to next week's MinCo?
So the release of any program documents in relation to implementing the basin plan, be it in relation to bridging the gap or the 450, is obviously a decision for government. And the minister made it clear, it's set out in the communique that she wants to work with states and territories to explore all options.
Okay, I'll be moving on topics, so if someone else wants to call...
We might go to
Yep.
Senator McLaughlin then.
Thank you, Chair. On the last occasion, I asked about, in relation to the South Australian Premier's speaking about a potential legal action in relation to enforce the rights of South Australia. Has the department or the minister aware of any litigation being commenced or any letters of demand being delivered or any correspondence that would address the issues which have been raised by the Premier?
Senator, I'll ask Ms O'Connell to respond.
Senator, from the perspective of the department, not aware of any.
Thank you. I just want to take you to the minutes of the meeting with Mr Beasley. Item 21, there was an action item for Mr McConnellville to set up a meeting between himself and the DCCEEW Water Reform Task Force before the next MinCo meeting. Has that been done?
I'd have to ask if the department, that was certainly, I introduced Mr Beasley to the task force as a follow-up action to that.
Sorry, what was the question?
So I'm asking, there was an action item, that...
So, Senator, this was from the discussion that Mr Beasley had with the authority.
So it's your minutes.
Yep.
I'm just asking whether the meeting has been arranged with the Water Reform Task Force and has it taken place?
So from memory, we have had at least 2 interactions with Commissioner Beasley. So one was part of a inspection of sites in the South Australian end of the Murray. So from memory, I think the meeting was at Goolwa. I've also had at least one other discussion with Mr Beasley, but I'd have to take on notice the date and time of that meeting. I can't recall.
Could you take on, and that was subsequent to the initial briefing meeting with,
Sorry, Senator?
on the 21st of October 2022, those interactions? I'm just trying to get the sequence.
Yes.
Would you like to?
I don't have the
send
benefit
minutes?
of the document you've got in front of you,
Well,
so I'll
the
take it
document
on
I have in
notice.
front of me is the authorities document, which is the minutes of the meeting of Mr Beasley's first meeting with the authority, where he gave you a brief of his own role.
Yeah, so I've had, as the head of the Water
Yes.
Reform Task Force, 2 interactions with Mr Beasley, and I'm not quite sure where they fall in sequence with that meeting, but I'll take it on notice
Right,
and come
yeah.
back to you.
So if you just to clarify what I'd like is the sequence of meetings post
Absolutely.
that. You know what I'm going to ask next, whether notes have been taken of that meeting and whether you'd be prepared to provide the minutes or notes of those meetings and outcomes.
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
Thank you. If in fact you're claiming public interest immunity, could you go through the normal course and refer it to the Minister to truncate the time
Absolutely,
before the next
Senator.
for next estimates? Thank you. Can I just, how long do I have, Chair?
Keep going. Knock
Can
yourself
I
out.
completely go to another issue, which is the monitoring of flows and the quality of the monitoring in South Australia? There's been a discussion in the public forum questioning the quality of the reports. Thanks, Mr Reynolds. So there's been, I raise it because it's hit the media. I could table the article, but it's not. I'm not really testing the veracity of the article. It's more about, I'm interested in, particularly, for example, the local member for Chafey, Tim Whetstone, has questioned the quality of the reporting and the tracking and the extent to which the authority relies on that, and whether there's any initiatives to improve the reporting if that is required of the flows.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as you'd appreciate, the floods that we've just experienced
Yes.
haven't been experienced, the flows of that magnitude for some decades. When we are measuring flows in the river system, it's a system of typically measuring the height of rivers, converting that to a flow based on the velocity of water and the channel cross-section, and then routing that through models. To do that, we need to be able to measure flows in the river, go out on the ground, measure the flows, calculate what the flow is, and then extrapolate that out. Those points where we do that, those rating sites, we regularly go and re-rate them and take those field measurements. But we only get the opportunity to do that when the flows are higher, and of course we haven't had the opportunity for some decades to measure up to these sorts of flows. It's worth noting that the river is typically, a couple of 100 metres wide. As it flowed through South Australia, it was several kilometres wide, and so what we're trying to extrapolate there is very different. We do now have, of course, though, a lot of data collected during this event that will enable us to revise some of our ratings and have a better data set for the next event, whenever that may be. It may well be some decades away, an event of the same magnitude. So there are certainly difficulties with the technology or limitations of the technology and the physical characteristics of the system. There are other challenges around routing flows and making forecasts about what future flows will be. Catchments change over time, vegetation changes, there are roads, there are levees, there are other things that direct water into different places. While we undertake activities to try and monitor and allow for those things, we're not able to completely allow for those characteristics, and so we therefore need to deal with that in real time.
Is that your responsibility to the states, and you're taking the data from the states?
So in South Australia, the state manages the hydrometric network. Some of that is funded through the program that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority administers, but on the ground the works are done by state agencies. In other parts of the basin it's similar, but with other different state agencies.
are you looking for, are you interacting with the South Australian Government to improve the reporting, or you just accept the data as is?
No, we certainly...
It's a collaborative process, I suppose.
It's a very collaborative process, and particularly throughout the event, we were working very closely with both the Bureau of Meteorology and the South Australian Government in terms of sharing information, sharing estimates and the modelling that we were doing and making comparisons to that to support their management of the flows in South Australia.
When the flood subsides, is there a formal process where both the Commonwealth and the state reflect on the data suites that they have and decide a path forward for improvement?
There's not an established mandatory requirement, although, as I mentioned, we're doing a review of our flood operations, and I'm almost certain that South Australia would undertake a similar process, and we'd be absolutely willing to cooperate and collaborate on that. It's worth noting that the flows at the bottom end of the system are still in the order of 100,000 megalitres a day. The flooding is not over yet, and so that sort of post-event review has not yet commenced.
No, I wasn't asking from the point of view of hurrying you along. We still good to go, Chair? I might now go to another issue, and that is, this is probably for the Minister. It's around the Goolwa River Research Institute. But I'm happy to take anyone can assist me. The relevant minister attended Goolwa and announced that the federal government was continuing with this initiative, and I'm just interested what progress has been made with the development of that institute, because it's scheduled to appear or be completed in the first half of 2023.
So, Senator, are you referring to the Goyder?
No, the Goyder.
Goyder Institute. So the Goyder Institute is an existing institute, and the government made a commitment to provide an additional injection of funding to that institute. And I might ask Dr. Thin, if he's available, to come to the table to provide a bit more information on the status of that measure.
Well, the language used to assist was operational and the new research hub for the first half of 2023. I know it's in an existing framework.
But some new initiatives as part of that.
Whether we're on track.
Thank you, Senator. Marcus Finn, the branch head in Water Division. So the Goyder Institute, so I think you referenced the funding as finishing in 2023?
No. The way the release was expressed, that it would be up and running in the first half of 2023 as a...
Yes, that's right. So we're still working with the Goyder Institute on the arrangements for that funding. The funding is 4 years of funding spread across this financial year and the forward estimates. So we've been working closely. We've got, I think it's probably fair to say at the Goyder end, they've got a pretty clear vision of the research priorities that they've got in place and how they want to play those out. And the step we're at right now is actually to finalise the funding arrangement so that can get started, and that's where we are right now. So,
when you say funding arrangements, does that tie any key performance indicators? Because there was an indication that this institute would be a boost for the local economy, and I'm just interested how we're going to measure that.
Yep. So when those funding arrangements are settled, Senator, they will have milestone payments like all of our arrangements. So there will be, in that sense, performance indicators for the Institute to deliver against as we make those payments. And the proposal that the Goyder Institute have at the moment does have features that include, fair to say, a regional hub sort of arrangement where they would essentially make sure they're close to the communities that they intend to do the research with them. If that makes sense.
Without giving you a deadline, but by the time we regather here, will I be able to ask you more about that?
Yes, I think that's...
You're quietly confident.
I'm fairly confident that's it.
You're not going to have your carve out in stone. I appreciate it. There is also, in the Minister's media release, talked about engagement with First Nations and community input. Has that advanced, to your knowledge?
So that's certainly a key component of the proposal.
As part of the proposal?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
The engagement itself through the research will occur as the research plays out.
And will the Commonwealth be monitoring that as part of its funding arrangement?
That'll be, so that's the proposals that we've seen, that's a key feature of the proposals, and I'd suggest that would be a part of the milestones. Whether the milestones are reporting on how that engagement has worked and how well it's going, my expectation would be it would be a part of those arrangements.
And I take it that I can have confidence the milestones will be public, in the public realm.
Yeah. Typically those arrangements, depends on, not to get into the detail too deep, Senator, but typically if those arrangements are through something like an FFA, a financial funding agreement, they're published, the milestones and the payments, yeah.
Well, I look forward to having a conversation with you next time.
Thanks, Senator.
That's probably a good place for me to break, Chair.
Okay, you're all out of questions?
Not for the moment, but there are other topics which are probably a longer journey.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and not putting words into this. I think a lot of these will be taken on notice. Had some putting concern around stakeholders trying to get meetings with the Minister's office or the Minister themselves. There are two sides to every story, so just checking that. On Minister's social media, there's been some postings about a hay mill Jura trip in early July, and then some photos from a plane not on the ground with Deputy Premier of South Australia in October. Can you give a list of where Minister in the basin facilitated what each visit the Minister's made to the basin, and how long do we spend on the sites there?
We'll take it on notice and see what may be provided.
Okay, and also if we could get on that, who stakeholders, any meetings with information groups at the same time on those visits?
We'll take that on notice also, Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, there's nothing I've got that's 5 minutes long, Chair.
What about you, Senator?
Well, I just want to come back to a question that I asked about the water recovery strategy, and I said that stakeholders have been told that it was going to be released last year, and I took it from your answer that nothing will be released prior to the Ministerial Council. It's just been forwarded to me, and I am getting a printout so I can table it, but a screenshot of the department's website last year says, development of a strategy focusing on a first step of bridging the gap is under development and will be released for public consultation by the end of 2022, as agreed at the Murray-Darling Basin Ministerial Council meeting held on October 2022. If you go to the website now, that is no longer there. So, can you explain what happened to the public consultation?
Yeah, Senator Davey, I think in answering your question earlier, the official thought that you were asking questions around the broad framework that might be agreed for states and territories to get the plan on track. I understand now from the question you're asking that you are being more specific and are referring to that part of the communique that speaks of water recovery, including through strategic purchase. So I think Ms Connor answered a different question to the one you asked, and I'll get her to address her remarks now to the one you asked.
And it might come back to the use of terminology, because this has been going for far longer than I would care to remember, but water recovery strategy was way back when, and the last time a water recovery strategy was produced, it was all of how to keep the basin plan on track. So I get why Miss Connell might have thought that, and the stakeholders think that when they hear we're developing a strategy for water recovery, that's what stakeholders are assuming. So, yeah, semantics matter in this space.
Thank you for the clarification, Senator. So it's obviously a matter for government as to when any program announcement is made in relation to a strategic water purchase program to deliver the 49 gigalitres of water. So it's, I can only restate, it's a matter for the government. I would point out, though, in terms of timing, the department obviously meets with a broad range of stakeholders across the basin and deals quite closely with states and territories. And we did have quite a few discussions with different stakeholder groups and obviously ongoing discussions with states and territories about how to sympathetically approach engagements with communities that were being impacted by flooding. So from a general point of view, there were verbal submissions made to us by a number of states and territories about thinking very carefully about timing around stakeholder engagement across all of our...
I was one of them too.
Yeah. And the National Irrigators Council were quite clear. We had quite a few meetings with them at the end of last year. They were very clear in terms of their advice about how to deal with stakeholders that, the impacts that communities up and down the basin were living through were really quite challenging.
So I can totally understand the need to pause some consultation, particularly on things like constraints management, which is all about flooding, and people have just been through flooding. But when we're talking about a strategic purchase program, I'm not sure that people would have been so... I'm not sure flooding would have impacted on consultations there.
Well, my recollections of at least one meeting with the National Irrigators Council was that they were very clear that their advice was very clear along the lines of it's not a good time to go out and talk to people about water recovery options. And as we've said this morning, really the focus of that conversation at the moment is with states and territories, because a lot of those outstanding basin plan commitments are shared commitments, and shared commitments or commitments that would have to be delivered in part by states and territories. So the focus for the department has been working very closely with our counterparts in basin jurisdictions.
And there were reflections from state and territories as well that, during flooding was not an appropriate time for those consultations.
Okay, given the time, I think...
Right, we might suspend now for lunch and return at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
1:30.
Okay, so we might resume with the Murray-Darling Basin Plan cross-portfolio matters. Due to our slight delay, we are just going to kick off with some questions from Senator Davey before Minister McAllister gets here. She is on her way but was delayed due to the situation. She will be here very shortly, but we will proceed anyway.
Thank you. I would like to ask Dr. Banks a few questions, quite specific questions about changes to water flow in and around the Gwydir Valley. I recently went up to the Gwydir Valley and had a look up there, and, great to see the Gwydir wetlands pretty full and flush, but I also noted there's what they call a raft, which is actually just a whole bunch of dead trees that have got together and formed a natural raft. But and apparently there's been a small raft for quite some time, but due to the recent floods and the accumulated debris, the structure has moved and extended, and it's now leading to water being pushed out in places where it hasn't been before, including now flowing through about 11 properties where it didn't used to flow, and most of these properties are actually dryland farms and close to and around the Gingham Channel. Dr Banks, have you been up there to have a look at this situation yourself?
Yes, I have, Senator. I can't remember exactly, like it would have been in the last couple of weeks or last month. I've been up there and met with a number of landholders in the Guida system, and they raised those issues around changes in flow of water. I think it's the water perhaps is flowing along historical or old flow lines, but that in talking to them about it, it was clear that the raft, as you say, I understand has sort of grown by possibly 100 metres or 200 metres or something, and don't quote me on that, but it has extended quite a lot, and that has led to a change in flow paths up in the Guida system, which has meant that water is flowing. Now, there's water flowing as a result of the floods, obviously, and we're trying to manage any environmental water up in that system to minimise any impacts on landholders. I think some of the impacts that I observed were certainly a result of sort of periods of inundation, because there has been flooding flows generated by rainfall up there for some period of time.
Will this raft, if nothing's done about it, have an impact on your ability to deliver water to targeted sites?
Look, it potentially will, and I think we're still trying to get an understanding of what the implications are of the raft and changes in the raft on what it means for our water delivery. We're delivering water at fairly small, low rates up in that system, so it might be we need to reduce our flow rates. We're still able to get water into, so there is a bird breeding, there has been bird breeding up in some of the key sites up in the Guida, and we've been able to, in Guida wetlands, and we've been able to continue flows in there, and we've certainly, as I understand it, we've adjusted those flows down to try and minimise or I suppose accommodate changes in flow as a result of the raft changing.
So my understanding is the Guida wetlands are a Ramsar listed site. While you were there, were landholders raising concerns about water not being able to make it into the site because of both the removal of a bank and because of the impact the raft is having?
So yes, there are a couple Ramsar sites within, not the whole of the Guida wetlands as a Ramsar site, and yes, the landholders did raise concerns about some banks that they had put in, that they were, as I understand it, and this is really sort of the New South Wales government, they I think it's NRA, may have directed them to remove those banks. But again, I think that they're sort of questions probably for the New South Wales government.
Okay, because it has been put to me that there have been requests made for banks to be put back in to aid the delivery of environmental water, but as you say, they're exactly the same structures that NRA has instructed people need to be removed. So when you're working with irrigators and landholders, dry landholders up there, how can we best make sure that we get the environmental water to where it's meant to go while ensuring that we're not encouraging people to put in structures that would not be approved?
Look, I think, again, like I say, we're trying to understand changes in water flow as a result of the impacts of the flood up in that system. The New South Wales government has also got some work underway associated with constraints up in that system, which I think is sort of contemplating all those things. But their questions are like more information related to that is best directed to New South Wales.
Okay. Senator Cadell, do you want to ask your questions of Stu before I move on to...
Yep. On some CARP, if I may. I'll get to favourite. Can I just ask, regarding that, what monitoring was taken by you across the basin in relation to CARP numbers?
Well, we're not doing any monitoring specifically on CARP numbers in the basin. What we're doing, we've got 7 areas that we're monitoring to be able to understand the outcomes as a result of our environmental watering program. Since I think about 2009, we've spent about $80 million to... 80 to undertake monitoring across 7 selected areas, and that program's evolved, but that's focusing on fish and the outcomes associated with delivery of water for fish, the condition of vegetation in wetlands, and birds, as well as sort of primary production within the system. But we're not, so perhaps as part of the monitoring for fish, we'll obviously get an understanding of you know, that there's carp present in the system, as we all know, but we're not doing any specific monitoring to understand the numbers of carp.
We're not looking at increase, decreasing, we're not monitoring that at all? Not looking at, sorry, we're not comparing if the numbers are increasing or decreasing across those 7 areas, or
not for carp, but I think it's been well documented that there's been carp are a highly invasive species, and it's been, you know, they've been in the system for decades, and it's clear that you know, they've benefited from the flooding that we've seen over the last sort of 6 months. What we're doing with environmental water is focusing on what we can achieve to support our native fish. So the Murray cod, as an example, will deliver water to seek to get a, you know, breeding or movement of Murray cod, and we do that with like yellow belly and other species as well.
So other than promoting the native species, the carp, Murray cod, all this sort of thing, are we doing anything, are there any control measures for carp that you guys are involved with?
No, there's not, Senator, and questions about the National Carp Control Plan are really should be directed to the Ag, Fisheries and Forestry portfolio, who are leading that.
Yep, understand that, but have you reviewed it and done a report, or commissioned a report on your response?
We've like, I've read the control plan, but look, my focus is on what we can do to support the native species that through the use of our water.
And I get that, but is there a formal water holders review or adoption of that plan, control plan?
No, look, that, as I understand it, that control plan is being considered by both the Australian and state governments.
Okay.
And as I say, I think questions related to that should be directed to the
that. I was just wondering if there was a formal response from you guys to it. So there's been no advice from your organisation to other agencies about in respect?
No, we've met with officials from the Department of Ag, Fisheries and Forestry and talked about the carp control plan, but that's it. And again, I think it's understanding the complexity of the challenge with it.
And has anyone gone into a study and reviewed? We're still of the opinion that the carp problem is affecting native species right throughout the chain in a lot of ways, aren't we?
Look, I think it's well known there are highly invasive species, and they've had an impact on the system for a long time. Again, I just sort of go where we're in a good spot with at least environmental water, where we can use that water to get good outcomes for native species, which hopefully puts them in a better position to compete with carp. And obviously, right now, carp are there's a lot of them. But you know, there's what we do in the future with environmental water will be important.
Are we hearing other invasive species from the flood in Queensland? Are they coming down the lower catchments after the heavy rains and everything like that? We're copying more
Oh, look, I don't know, Senator. I'd have to take that on notice. Like the focus for us, like obviously, is around carp, but look, there's, as you're sort of pointing out, there are a number of invasive species that present a challenge.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Davey.
Thank you. I think these questions are directed at the MDBA and I think Mr Reynolds, because I'm interested to understand the setup of a company called eWater, which I believe, Mr Reynolds, you're a owner-nominated director of?
That's correct, Senator. I do need to note that as a director, of course, I've got responsibilities under the Corporations Act, and I'll need to consider how I could answer questions in this forum. I may need to take advice on questions that you ask in that regard.
Absolutely, but as an owner-nominated director, you're nominated by the MDBA, which is federal government, so therefore I take it eWater is at least part owned by the Commonwealth?
That's correct.
And I totally understand if you've got to claim confidentiality. I don't think any of my questions will get into that level. I'm just understanding, I want to get a better understanding of the role of eWater. My understanding is that eWater has a relationship with the Australian Water Partnership.
That's correct.
And Australian Water Partnership does a lot of work with our international partners. Is that to share knowledge and promote trade of information? And
so the Australian Water Partnership is funded through a grant from DFAT that eWater administers and is target or is a vehicle to connect Australian water industry and knowledge into aid programs, primarily in Southeast Asia, but internationally.
So how much funding is provided by the Commonwealth to the Australian Water Partnership? Or is that, I should have asked at DFAT?
That's a question for DFAT.
That even though eWater manages the grant?
That's right, and it's a question for DFAT, or I would have to go back to the eWater management for specifics.
Right. The Australian Water Partnership Program, are you aware of whether any board members of eWater have received funding contracts under the Australian Water Partnership Program?
No, I'm not aware of that, but I don't think this is a line of questioning that I'm really in a position to address. But
So, Senator, I think in terms of that Australian Water Partnerships, it's a program run out of DFAT, so it's funding from
but also managed
DFAT.
by eWater. So
Well,
I'm trying to follow the spaghetti diagram of
I
who
wonder,
owns what. But
Senator Davey, if it would be worth asking for someone to line that path for us.
It might be
Just so that we're
easier
clear.
for the department to take some of these
That's okay.
questions rather than refer. Oh, not.
Water Day is just going to keep expanding. It's going to become Water Week.
Or you're going to DFAT.
Not DFAT, but certainly our department. So Mr Dadswell, I think, can answer some of those things in relation to eWater, its history, what it does, Australian Water Partnerships.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
So my area of the department deals with international water, and we have a good relationship with DFAT and Australian Water Partnerships and eWater. So Australian Water Partnerships is a service provider to DFAT to deliver their water aid program.
Right.
And just so that we're clear on where, and the relationship then to eWater?
Yes.
AWP is a subsidiary or a subcomponent of eWater.
Right.
eWater's got other parts as well.
And yes, because I'm coming to those other parts. So eWater also, my understanding, does eWater own the source model for modelling river valleys and river systems.
So eWater, if it's okay, I'll just do a little bit of a history of how we got there. So eWater Limited is a company. It has two business divisions or business lines. One is AWP, Australian Water Partnerships, which manages the aid interface with DFAT, and another business division, eWater Solutions, which manages the, which was developed out of the CRC for catchment hydrology, and holds the source modelling platform and supports, develops and maintains that.
And my understanding is the source modelling platform, is that being rolled out across Murray-Darling Basin valleys at the moment?
So the modelling platform is the base on which a number of river models are built in that source platform, and then individual river valley models are represented in that platform to undertake the modelling tasks that are required.
And are these models going to replace the old-fashioned state-owned IQQM and RivMob, and there were like 3 different types in New South Wales alone?
So ultimately, and one of my colleagues might be able to speak more to the modelling platform, but ultimately that is the intention.
Greg Manning, Senator, Executive Director of the Basin Strategy and Knowledge Division at the MDBA. So I think you're referring to work we're doing probably under the Integrated River Model Uplift project, which is a project we're rolling out in order to create a step change, and I guess in the modelling capacity we have across the basin. Part of that transition is to shift from some of the older modelling software platforms onto Source is anticipated to be the product that those models will go onto. So there's several steps to the model uplift. We need to transition off old software onto contemporary stuff, and then the River Model Uplift project is also about stitching them together so that they work more seamlessly.
Yeah, better integration is my understanding. What valleys, has the transition occurred in any valley, or is it complete in any valley? How's the rollout going?
Yeah, I think it is. So, but it's also work that the states are doing, so it's not all under the banner of the model uplift. So MDBA, obviously we have a big river modelling capacity which we maintain, including the Murray model itself is the one we directly own. But the states are responsible for their own river models in each jurisdiction, including their maintenance and support and all the things that they do with them. So my understanding is that the states progressively are making their own transitions off their own back from one model to the other, and that is in various states of completeness. And yeah, so I guess that's where that's up to.
And I might just add, Senator, that as part of the National Hydrological Modelling Strategy, most states and territories in Australia adopted eWater Source as the preferred modelling platform.
With the transition, where it is being transitioned, are there any instances where the changes, where the numbers in the benchmark or baseline models are changing as it's going from the old model to the new?
You'd have to look at the specific model against a specific purpose to work that out. So there are a lot of different models
Basin
run on all...
plans are pretty specific
Yeah, it is,
purpose
and we'll model for a specific purpose under that. But we haven't, like the models haven't all been uplifted onto Source and then rerun for that purpose, and so there's been no attempt yet to recalibrate or work out what changes a transition from one might be to the other, I think, than a look in the context of working through reconciliation would be the only thing I think which has looked at that today.
Because you can understand, we've already seen in the Lachlan, where the Lachlan once upon a time was actually over-recovered, and now we're told there's a bridge the gap remaining portion to recover in the Lachlan, and people are scratching their heads going, how did this happen? We've had, 8 years of the basin plan, and all of a sudden our over-recovery's turned into an under-recovery, and when people hear they've got new models being rolled out, there is a large level of uncertainty they're worried that the numbers are going to change overnight and they'll suddenly have potentially more water recovery in front of them because someone's put a different number in a different model.
So,
in relation to the bridging the gap targets, so the final number for New South Wales catchments won't be confirmed until water resource plans are actually accredited. And as we know,
no, but at the last estimates, Ms Connell, you identified the valleys that had bridging the gap targets for the 46 gigalitres, which we've covered off again today.
That's right,
And
yes.
you identified a volume of recovery for the Lachlan.
That's right. And
whereas previously the Lachlan was under the impression that they were over-recovered.
And I'm just making the point that the final water recovery figures for the New South Wales bridging the gap targets won't be confirmed until water resource plans in New South Wales are accredited. So
that 46 gigalitres could change?
I'm
only talking about the 46 gigalitres.
Yep,
I'm not talking about the Sid Lambs or the...
Yep, that's right. So there may be some variation in the figures that relate to New South Wales catchments because water resource plans, which were meant to be submitted and accredited, I think back in 2020, that hasn't taken place for any of the surface water resource plans in New South Wales yet.
Well, I know they've all been submitted now, so I'll be watching the excruciatingly slow process that the MDBA takes to accredit those very closely and see if the Lachlan is under or over recovered. That's quite a fascinating development. Back to eWater very quickly. Does the board of eWater maintain a register of interests for board members?
It does for board members, yes.
Great. Are you aware or have any board members been contracted by states or other departments to undertake peer review of work that's been done on source models?
I'm not aware of any situations where that's occurred. There are state members, similar to the way that I'm a shareholder member from the Commonwealth on the board that work for state departments.
Would it be normal for a director of a company that owns a model to then be contracted to peer review the effectiveness of that model?
I couldn't say whether that would be normal.
I would think it would be quite abnormal. Could you take it on notice and just check if you can find out if that has occurred, if anyone has done any peer review work of the source model that is associated with eWater?
I can take that on notice, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've finished with eWater, so if you wanted to...
we might go to Senator Payman and then Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. My question's on water resource plans. What role do water resource plans play under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan?
Thank you, Senator. Water resource plans are a really central part of states' commitments to deliver or achieve the outcomes set down under the Basin Plan. So there are 33 water resource plans that are required to be completed, 20 of those in New South Wales and then 13 in the other states.
Okay, thank you. And what are the consequences of not having accredited water resource plans in place?
I'd ask Mr Goods to comment in detail, Senator.
So the accreditation of water resource plans is really the critical point at which state water management law becomes also under the compliance arrangements for the Commonwealth, and so enables, I guess, consistent review of are the sustainable diversion limits being complied with appropriately under the Water Act requirements in the Basin Plan. So it really brings state water management law and Commonwealth law closer together and enables compliance activities to be implemented.
And were there a deadline for these plans to be submitted by basin states for accreditation?
Yes, the regulations under the Water Act set February 2019 as the time at which all plans should be submitted, and the intention was that all water resource plans would be in effect by the 30th of June 2019 originally. There have been a number of agreed extensions to that time frame between ministers, the Commonwealth Minister and various state ministers.
Okay, and what was the state-by-state status of accredited water resource plans at the date that they were originally due, which was Feb 2019, as you've mentioned?
Feb 2019, in terms of accreditation was 30th of June 2019. There was one water resource plan accredited in Queensland.
And none from the other states?
That's correct.
And how many times have states been given extensions on delivery of their water resource plans? If you can sort of break it down, if there are multiple states.
Yes, so I'm fairly sure that the extensions, there's been one series of arrangements for each of Queensland, Victoria and the ACT, and then multiple extensions and agreements between the Commonwealth and New South Wales.
So we don't have the exact figures of how many times?
No, I can provide that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. 8 months ago, what was the state-by-state status of accredited water resource plans?
There were 13 water resource plans accredited, so all of the plans in Queensland, Victoria, the ACT and South Australia were accredited. They've all been accredited since June 2020.
And sorry.
And since that time, there have been 4 accredited since November 2022.
Okay. And I understand that the New South Wales government committed again to submitting all their water resource plans by 31st December 2022. As at that date, what was the status of their water resource plans?
As at that date, there were 7 water resource plans outstanding, so 13 had been submitted.
And as things stand today, what is the current status of the New South Wales water resource plans?
4 have been accredited by the Commonwealth Minister, and the remaining 16 have all now been lodged by New South Wales. The final 6 were lodged this week, and so those plans are undergoing assessment by the MDBA.
So 8 months ago, sorry. So as of today, the Murray-Darling Basin Authority has accredited 4 New South Wales water resource plans, as you've mentioned. In your latest basin report card, this item has been firmly in the red for some time now, as was discussed this morning. How would you describe the progress over the last 8 months?
So, Senator, the Basin Plan report card was at a point in time assessment, the 31st of December, and it identifies at risk. So it's not an assessment of is it good or is it bad, it's what's at risk. Now, at that point in time, we had 4 plans, and the plans are accredited by the Commonwealth Minister, not by the MDBA. The MDBA makes a recommendation to the Commonwealth Minister to accredit plans. So 4 had been accredited. We had 7 at the time with us for assessment. So what we have now received is the remainder of those New South Wales water resource plans for assessment by the MDBA. Once those plans are assessed, then the authority will, on the basis of that assessment, make recommendations to the Commonwealth Minister.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Senator, if I can just correct, I think I said that 4 New South Wales plans accredited since November. The first one was actually accredited in September 2022. So one was in September 2022, 2 in November and 1 in December. So sorry for that.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just check on water resource plans? It's not the first time you've looked at the New South Wales plans, though, is it? There has been a lot of toing and froing. It's not like there's been nothing. There's been an ongoing conversation, and several versions have been put forward for accreditation.
That's correct, Senator. So New South Wales had actually submitted plans back in 2020 and then, as they were unable to do, withdrew all of the plans. Since that time, yes, there's been an ongoing dialogue with New South Wales to work through where there were issues. All water resource plans are assessed against the same 55 requirements. So, yeah, there's been a process of dialogue with New South Wales to help work through where there are outstanding issues.
And I can just clarify an earlier matter. So I can confirm that New South Wales was given 3 extensions. The 3rd extension expired on the 31st of December 2022.
Thank you.
Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions back onto water quality in South Australia. If we could. It's been a number of constituents in the Riverland have suggested to me that the disconnection of Lake Bonny has increased the salination for irrigators downstream. And I'm just querying whether that's something that's caught the attention of the authority or yourself, and if so, whether there's any action from a Commonwealth perspective.
So well aware of that. During the floods, the local government in the area disconnected Lake Bonny to protect, I think it was their sewerage infrastructure. On reconnection, their saline water has flowed into the Murray. That is a matter for the South Australian Department to manage. That spike in salinity in the river dissipates relatively quickly as it is diluted by the floodwaters, but certainly that was an issue that was carefully considered in its arrangement, but it's not something that either the MDBA or the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder are a decision maker in.
Can I just interrupt for a minute? Did they put out, I seem to remember, some alerts about the salinity?
Yes, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that probably would have been the state though, wouldn't it?
Yes, it was
yes.
done.
Yeah.
I'm not
to warn the farmers not to, yeah.
I'm interested in whether the council took advice, and I'm just trying to understand and unpack the extent to which yourselves were involved. I'm not looking for someone to blame. I'm just interested in the process and how much the Commonwealth support the Commonwealth gives in these sorts of circumstances.
We were not engaged in that in any significant way. It was a matter for the South Australian Department to work through.
And do we have any understanding of whether there are any long-term impacts, or, as you say, we're sort of quietly confident that the floodwaters will wash it all through?
Some highly saline water has come out of Lake Bonny. It'll flush through and be gone. I think it was a really challenging time for the South Australian Government because they were balancing the protection of critical infrastructure against those environmental impacts.
When will we have a better idea whether the salination has declined? In months, weeks, or
you can see it receding and declining now, and that spike did not extend all that far downstream before it was diluted. So you see that in over days and weeks that decline.
So when you say not that far down, we're talking kilometres, or I'm
yes.
not trying to pin you to it. I'm
Yes,
just trying to get
kilometres.
Kilometres.
Yeah.
So those affected who are probably speaking to me were the ones probably immediately downstream.
Most likely.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have for the moment.
Yeah. I think there was an alert system out about that in the beginning, because I think the salinity was pretty high when they first removed the barrier, right? but I'm pretty sure I saw some alerts after that in terms of when it dissipated sufficiently to be safe to use. But yeah, I don't know, we'd have to check with the South
and
Australian.
I was coming from the perspective
Yeah.
more of Commonwealth engagement from the state and how it works, less so about trying to accountability perspective. That's all on that issue for me.
Thank you. No, one of the things, particularly through the last couple of months with the floods, has been concerns about those alert systems and how you make sure that everybody downriver knows not just if the properties are going to flood but also the quality of the water and things to be concerned about. Obviously, there was some conversation earlier about black water events and such like, and I think it is that thing because obviously, you know, South Australia's had a hard time, not to mention our upstream friends who have also had floods.
Chair, there's probably one question just on the environmental side. So we're sort of confident that the salination dissipates, but from an environmental perspective, any concerns that we should watch for, or
no,
as said, the floodwaters do their job and
yeah, look,
disperse.
I mean, the floodwaters, Senator, will export a lot of salt out of the system again as the water washes over the floodplain. What we've been doing when we've used environmental water, there's estimates of up to sort of 3 million tonnes of salt have been exported, perhaps more in the drier times. So we play an important role, you know, not necessarily in the drought times, but in other times to also make sure that salt is exported out of the system by ensuring, you know, the barrages remain open when it gets really dry. Just on the Blackwater down in South Australia, I got a little bit more information about that. The levels, the dissolved oxygen levels didn't drop to critical thresholds, and that's why we didn't see fish kills down there. Fish got stressed. So it was not a hypoxic Blackwater event that moved through the system in South Australia.
Just one more question on salination. So it's the state's responsibility to then continue to measure and publish the salination levels at the various parts of the river?
In South Australia, it's the South Australian Government's responsibility. The management arrangements are slightly different. Upstream of the South Australian border, the MDBA has a larger role. Once the water crosses the border in South Australia, it's in one state, then they manage the arrangements there.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
I'd like to ask Mr Good some follow-up questions from last estimates. Thank you, Mr Goods. Last time we were talking about the Northern Basin Aboriginals Nation, and I asked you whether any of the audits that they undertook raised concerns. After quite a pregnant pause, I took that. Following that, on the 13th of December, I read an article on the ABC that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority will no longer fund NBAN due to concerns. Is that correct? Have you is the Murray-Darling Basin Authority no longer funding NBAN?
That's correct.
So, does NBAN have a role in being the consultation body for Northern New South Wales water resource plans?
No, we have a contractual arrangement with a company called I2I, who are facilitating our First Nations advice gathering on New South Wales water resource plans in the north. I2I is an Indigenous owned and operated company.
Is that letter I to, how is I to?
Little I, number 2, little I, yeah.
I've never heard of them.
No, neither had I, Senator. They're based out of Brisbane and are a consulting, First Nations consulting firm.
And was that consultation put to tender, or how did you come across I2I? How did they win the contract?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Senator, what I can say is so I2I has undertaken assessments of 5 New South Wales WRPs and recently commenced reviews of 2, an extra 2, so 7 WRPs that they've assessed so far.
Okay, so the important thing is, however, that with NBAN no longer getting consulted, there is still Indigenous consultation occurring.
Yes, Senator.
Right. Does NBAN carry on as an entity in the absence of MDBA funding, or it doesn't matter?
It's really a matter for NBAN, Senator. We had a contract with them. That contract is finished, and contract wasn't a new contract was not uptaken.
When I asked whether complaints had been made against NBAN, and Mr Goods was a bit reluctant to comment, can you confirm, have the MDBA received complaints about NBAN or any of its main participants?
I guess the cause for pause, Senator, is about, sometimes it's very clear that if you've got a written complaint, then that's a complaint, and sometimes if you've had a
formal
conversation...
complaints rather than... has anyone lodged a formal complaint rather than just rumours and hearsay?
About NBAN?
NBAN or any of its players?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Not that you're aware of. Okay, so therefore no complaints would be being investigated, or...
No, we've had some suggestions or questions raised with us about some of the financial transactions with NBAN, but as part of the contracts that we have, there are audit provisions in there. So, and we've worked with NBAN on improving business procedures. So, our approach to dealing with that question, rather than a direct allegation or a complaint, is that we put that to NBAN and we say, please ensure that your auditors address these questions as part of your contractual obligations for closing out your report.
Okay. But you've still got an ongoing financial relationship with the Murray Lower Darling Indigenous Nations?
Yes, we do.
And are they doing the water resource plan consultations for the southern part of New South Wales?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. I also just, and I am very cognisant of the time, and I know that Mr Grant is there waiting, ready and willing, but I just have some questions for the department. I understand the 40 million set aside for cultural water has been brought back into the Department of Water, is that correct?
Correct, Senator. That happened in the October budget.
Right. And given how passionate the now government was from opposition, I assume that everything's sorted and that money has been rolled out the door quick as nails and everything is happy and progressive. That's maybe a little bit facetious on my part.
I'm just going with yes.
I think the Deputy Secretary can step you through the process, but of course the department is considering the best way to roll that program out.
And Senator, significant in that is meaningful consultations, which will take some time.
So the 40 million was first put aside in 2018, is my understanding. It was then under the Water Division of what was the Department of Agriculture, but I think if you weren't in the hot seat then, Ms O'Connell, you were very close to being in the hot seat.
Yep.
I understood meaningful consultation commenced and work progressed, and then it got moved to the NIAA. Yes?
Yes, that's right, National Indigenous Australians Agency.
And now it's been brought back. Can you pick up where you left off, for want of a better word, or are you going to start with a blank page?
It'll certainly be informed by previous consultations, yes.
Have you had a debrief from the NIAA about how far they got?
I'll ask my colleague, Mr Dadswell.
Yes, Senator, we have.
So we are, as my colleague Senator O'Neill used to be very, very keen and interested in this area. We're keen and interested. So you've commenced meaningful consultation. How many groups are you talking to? Have you actually got a timeline as to when we might actually start seeing progress on this now 4-year-old bucket of money that I'd like to be getting the interest? Who's getting the interest?
Senator, yes, look, we're working to establish this program as soon as possible. We have, since the accountability changed from NIA to us, we have re-established and continued those conversations with Indigenous, with NIAA and with Indigenous groups. We've been meeting with Mildred every 2 weeks, really since the end of December on the program, and really starting to use that consultation to inform what the guidelines and the criteria for that might be. We'll then have to move into being a bit more specific about what those guidelines and criteria are and testing them with First Nations. Then ultimately it'll be a decision for the government on the final program and its launch.
And is the remit of the funding specifically for water, or is there scope for funding for administration or water education or jobs programs?
I think that'll be subject to the decision of the government. There's no in terms of the program. It was set aside for Aboriginal water entitlements, and there's no specificity in that commitment on what that be. We will have to put the guidelines and to the government.
And can you take, on notice, can you just provide a list of the groups that you are consulting with on this program, and we will monitor it very closely, but I'm conscious of time, so that's it from me.
Chair, if I could answer
of course.
David's question about procurement of I2I, was that they were procured by direct approach, given the quantum value of their contract being relatively low and the limited pool of suppliers. And to clarify, they've been contracted to undertake 5 assessments for 5 plans, and they've so far completed 2.
So five plans?
5 of the northern plans.
All in the north?
Yes.
Surface water or surface and ground?
Both.
Both. Okay. Direct approach, but they're based out of Brisbane?
Yes.
So they're not local to the northern basin?
But recommended by northern New South Wales nations, apparently.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you everyone for your patience. We will now release anyone not related to the Inspector General of Water Compliance and not required for that session. And I will call officers from the Inspector General of Water Compliance and welcome the Honourable Troy Grant. He gets to keep it.
It's my session, so.
Yep.
Next to the minister.
Okay. It can be said with a tone, though, can't it?
No, I'm very sorry.
Can I have my deputy next to me, please?
Oh, yes.
Lynn, just come down here.
I will.
I'll just pick up. Welcome, Mr Grant. It's nice to see you again.
Nice to be back.
Would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks for the opportunity. Good afternoon to you and members of the Senate Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
and I look forward to answering, along with my deputies, any and all of the questions that you have for us. Could I quickly just like to thank the two Deputy Inspector Generals, Mr Daniel Blacker and Ms Bridget Leopold, for their appearance at the last estimates while I was on a period of leave of absence.
I assure you they did very well.
Yeah, thank you. Just to let you know, I've reviewed the last transcript and I can validate the evidence that was given by the two deputies, and I commend the work that was done by Mr Blacker as the Acting Inspector General during my time. Senators, August 22 marked 1 year since the Inspector General of Water Compliance was established, and I think we've achieved quite a bit in that foundational year. My office has provided you and the Senate members with copies of our work, along with our annual report released in November of last year, all of which is available to the public on our website and is totally done for full transparency of the work that we undertake. Our office is proud of this body of work that has highlighted the commitment of those in this place to establish and empower a nationally fully independent Inspector General of Water Compliance. Importantly, it has set the framework and a foundation of future work to help us in our mission to improve trust and confidence in the Basin Plan. I'd like to stress that it's only the beginning after 12 months in. There's a lot of legacy for us to untangle, from the roots of our nation's constitutional arrangements to the compromised construct of the Basin Plan and the compromised accompanying legislation and intergovernmental agreements that currently exist and we're working with. There is much to unscramble, especially around administrative arrangements that have been constructed over the last decade and the water management culture that has developed from the Commonwealth to the Basin States that is worryingly incompatible to the legislative responsibilities. And more concerning to me as the Inspector General, it's created too many escape routes for accountability on a lot of the questions that I've heard this committee ask, not just today, but in previous hearings. So as the Inspector General, I made a commitment to both members of the Australian Parliament and the communities of the Murray-Darling Basin to hit the ground running, and I believe we've done that. The evidence and examples that we've compiled and the work we've done has been shared widely in the public domain throughout the year. Our physical presence now spans the length and breadth of the Murray-Darling Basin, with field offices and offices located in Goondiwindi, Dubbo, Albury, Mildura and Loxton. We have staff in specialist roles that are performing specialist functions alongside those field officers in those communities that I've mentioned, as well as a number of other satellite locations in and around the basin. I believe we are now physically and visibly present and accessible to those who live and work in the basin communities, including to state and federal agencies that are also located throughout the basin's expansive footprint. I'm proud of the working relationships that we have formed in that time, relationships that have enabled us to work closely with the community, industry and government bodies. I'm proud of the commitment of our staff as they have made and continue to make great inroads with industry and community so we can set about on our commitment to improve trust and transparency across the basin. Senator, we've got a long journey ahead of us to not only do this, but to also demonstrate to everyone that we engage with that we are here for the long term in the role. Critically, that we are independent and we're here to keep building on improving that trust and transparency. Much of the basin is currently or has been awash with water due to ongoing wet weather conditions, and I reference this to the main part of my opening address today. So much of that community is flood fatigued, and in particular those communities who have experienced recurring floods. I'd just like to quickly acknowledge and share my deepest thoughts for those who have lost and suffered greatly during these flood events, some of which have been fatal. But I want to also quickly acknowledge the tireless work of hundreds of thousands of volunteers nationally who have volunteered to respond to those floods and those emergencies. And I acknowledge the ongoing work and response of welfare agencies, both NGOs and across each tier of government. But we cannot underestimate the speed of which the headlines in Australia can change from flood to drought. We must acknowledge how quickly public sentiment changes from being confident that we have enough water to being stricken and forced to act when water becomes dangerously scarce. Granted, this can take consecutive dry years to occur, but it can also happen in a single season. Boom or bust is the example, and such is life in Australia. But how we measure much of Australia's critical national resource as it passes through the basin's jurisdictions has been something that has perplexed many, before my time and indeed continues to provide much consternation. One of the most common areas of concern raised with me by the basin community is the state of metering across the basin. There is a strong view in the community that inconsistent metering across the basin has created an unfair and uneven playing field, and I know that's a sentiment that I've heard from this committee during my tenure. So I want to update, and I'm pleased to advise the committee that we've reached a key undertaking that I did commit to deliver to address this concern, and it has now been delivered early in our second year of operation. It's called the Metering Report Card, and it's a body of work that will bring some much needed transparency to this matter. I want to acknowledge that this body of work has been achieved by my office by working in collaboration and closely with all basin jurisdictions through the Regulatory Leaders Forum I established in 2021 as a result of a recommendation by the Des Pearson Review. This will be an asset for you as the committee, for us and the entire basin. And it will demonstrate what can be achieved when we collectively put effort together and when that effort comes to the fore. So I just quickly want to acknowledge representatives of each of the state jurisdictions for their contribution, each of the basin states, the regulatory leaders from each of those jurisdictions for the contributions to this outcome and the work that's been undertaken to date. The work they've done with their teams to get us where we are. So we've got the first version of the metering report card, and it was published on our website on the 30th of January 2023. And it's exactly that, it's just the first version. And for your broader understanding, it's more like a framework. There's a lot more that needs to go into it, and there's a lot more evolution that needs to occur. And that is around, particularly around syncing data sets and aligning basin metering data capabilities. Their jurisdictional policy settings, of course, they've all got different ones, so that it can all be demonstrated on a consistent basis in the report card. That way, we'll be able to have a proper apples and apples comparison and an assessment can be made regarding each of the jurisdictions' progress on their journey of metering coverage towards 2025. It's about metering coverage, it's about accuracy of those meters, and it's also about the timeliness in measuring the water take in the basin. So each report card will evolve and get better with its data and how easy it is to read and to digest. To provide a clear and transparent picture over time, it will be a living metric for all in the basin to track this progress and help increase their confidence in the critical area of water management. As part of the government's election promise to deliver the basin plan, it committed $29 million to improve trust and transparency in Murray-Darling Basin water management, which included metering and monitoring of water use. So my intention is for the next version of the report card to be produced in the coming months, providing that the data can be supplied by each jurisdiction in a timely manner, and I'm targeting mid-year for the next report card. Significant progress has been achieved in recent years in respect of meter coverage, with all jurisdictions reporting rates of coverage above 70%. South Australia, Victoria and the ACT all report coverage rates of greater than 90% of meterable take. However, and Senator Davey will know better than anyone in this room, there remains a level of disparity across the basins in respect to meter accuracy and timeliness, the latter addressed by telemetry. Basin states must continue to strive towards the effective measurement of all take underwater entitlements as per the commitment under the Compliance Compact. So, Senators, 2023 is shaping up to be a defining year for the Inspector General of Water Compliance Office. Our foundation year, as I've said, has been and gone, and we are now very much sleeves rolled up, hands-on and committed to our task in supporting the success of the basin plan through what we do. Some sections of the media and basin community feel what I had to say at last year's River Reflections Conference in Mildura regarding WRPs, specifically in New South Wales, that were subject to some questions earlier, was a scene and tone setter. My understanding from information from the MDBA is since then, progress has been made with a number of WRPs now accredited in New South Wales, and they were answered to the Honourable Senator. And another large number are under current assessment, the last of those plans submitted in recent days. So as the Inspector General, I welcome this news, but I can assure you WRPs is only one of several and current emerging issues. A proverbial ripple in a long river. I will continue to actively pursue and hold those responsible to account, and while I welcome the progress being made, excuse me if I hold off celebrating until all 20 of New South Wales WRPs are accredited along with the other 13. And if they're not, I can assure this committee I will examine the full remit of my legislative capabilities to look at all options to help the 20 New South Wales WRPs achieve accreditation and hold to account any party and or persons who contribute to that ambition not being realised in an appropriate timeframe, given we are already a number of years overdue. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Grant. I had missed this report card. I've just pulled it up while you were talking. I think that's going to be exceptionally helpful.
It's not there yet, but it's on its way.
It's a good start, right?
It's definitely a good start.
Senator Davey.
Thank you. I have been asking for it for a long time, so I was very, very pleased to see it. Albeit, as you say, it is a work in. It will evolve and get better and better each year, and hopefully also reflect better results each year. Before I talk about the report card, I just want to understand if you've had any, over the last 12 months, active investigations which you've progressed, or the sorts of investigations you might have progressed, given that, as well as being, overview, having oversight and overview, people still look at you as the tough cop on the beat.
Sure. The investigations team currently has 79 open investigations. They're at varying stages of investigation and finalisation. The open investigations relate to the enforcement of the Basin Plan water trading rules and water markets. There are 3 investigations pending closure with no further action. The team have closed 14 investigations to date. Since the last estimates, 2 extra investigators have completed induction and have commenced investigations. 8 investigations have been closed since the last committee hearing, and 73 new ones have been opened. This workload will increase, and we'll see the investigations team expand by 2.6 FTE in the coming months. We just started the recruitment process for that.
Are any investigations looking at the actions of government agencies?
So, in relation to that question, I'll refer to my Deputy for Regulatory Practice. There's a number that are currently underway that aren't quite completed, that I'm about to receive a brief on, but he will be able to expand.
Thank you, Senator. As the Inspector General noted, there was seven.
Name and title, just
Sorry, yes, apologies, Chair. Mr. Daniel Blacker, Deputy Inspector General of Water Compliance. 79 open investigations. Of those 79, 20 are what I would categorise as reactive. So they have come to us through an external means, whether that's a public complaint or otherwise. The other 59 relate to our proactive investigations in relation to trade, and in particular we have a trade enforcement priority which we flagged at the start of this year, and we've been actively pursuing that, and we've noted and published previously that will have a focus on trade price reporting and the current rules, noting that there are improvements and enhancements coming in trade reporting, but there are currently trade reporting rules in the Basin Plan, and offences related to those were introduced with the Inspector General in August 2021, and those sit in the Water Act. So we're looking to understand compliance issues in that space, and that gives us a couple of benefits. Number one, we can give some trust and confidence to people that we're active in the water market now and in enforcing the rules as they stand now, but also as we learn more about the challenges that the ACCC have highlighted in their inquiry, we're able to feed that back into the legislative drafting process. So a couple of dual benefits in that space.
And I do note of the money that... Sorry. Something happened last year, but I didn't hear what. As part of the water market reform roadmap, I note 9.1 million is going to the Inspector General to help you regulate market data and help. That's part of that whole legislative reform.
Indeed, we've gotten started. We've taken, so at the beginning of the year we had 2 investigators working on issues, and they related to Basin Plan, Water Resource Plan, Water Act, a whole raft of issues, but we've also brought on additional 2 now, and as the Inspector General indicated, we're looking to grow that again. So we are actively looking to understand compliance with those provisions as they stand now.
And you've got 79 open investigations, 20 of which you say are reactive because someone's brought a complaint into you. Do you get any that people come to you with the complaint, but it's immediately, that's a matter for NRA or that's a matter for Victoria? So of those 79, they're all within your jurisdiction rather than state jurisdictions, or they could still be passed off pending investigation?
Generally speaking, they're within our remit. There could be some exceptions within that 79, but 59 of those are firmly within our remit, and that's us proactively pursuing compliance and enforcement. Of the 20 that we're reacting to, I could take that on notice, but it'd be less than a handful referrals, and generally most of those 20 sit within what I would broadly describe as Chapter 12 of the Basin Plan, which is Basin Plan water trading rules.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I do want to talk about the report card because as excited as I am about it, I do admit that I'm a bit of a water nerd, and but to the people playing along at home, they don't necessarily understand what the difference between an Australian standard 4747 is compared to a pattern approved meter or a channel offtake meter. Can you just very quickly explain the difference?
Yeah, I'll get my technical expert to do it more articulately than I can, but can I just say, as we develop these assets or these products or these artefacts as they can be known, one of the lessons out of this first one was the lack of a narrative from us to do exactly that, to explain all the semantics of the technical side of things. So that's a lesson that we've learnt that will be rectified in the next one.
I will say, though, there is a glossary at the front end which is extraordinarily helpful.
Yes.
Instead of,
Yeah, and the narrative also, I think, needs to articulate, because it's a long journey that this has been on. Every jurisdiction has a different policy on how, when and where they'll get to their goals of metering. Even within New South Wales, there's very different attitudes north to south. The south are far further advanced than the north were, etc. So that needs to be part of the journey, so all the figures and all the results in the report card can be read in context, and actually there can be a greater appreciation of the gains that are being made now. So to the technical.
I always get worried when the boss calls me a technical expert.
I just said you're better at articulating that.
So as you point out, there's a few differences. It's probably helpful to think about it in time. So if you went back a decade, there was a whole range of meters out in the marketplace and indeed on farm. Generally speaking, they were not Australian standard. An Australian standard came in, and I've got the date here.
I'm putting money on about 2009.
2013 was AS 4747.
Oh, I'm so wrong.
2009 was the National Framework for Compliance.
Okay.
But with the Australian standard came a new ability to test those meters. So the National Measurement Institute test those for accuracy. So to meet the Australian standard for accuracy, you need to be plus or minus 5%. There's a range of different technical specifications in that Australian standard, but that's the accuracy one.
So we had a national agreement 4 years before we had a standard.
Predates me, but it looks like there's been a long journey, probably since about 2004 in this space. We've been looking to understand what the state of the market was. You can see there that approved supplies. Now we note this is a point in time, so this is data from mid-2021, and we're looking now to update, as the Inspector General said, the next 12 months of data to get the next picture on that. But that market continues to grow. We've seen that grow specifically since the New South Wales policy came into place, and markets responded to those demand signals. Most of those ones on our report card, well, all the ones on our report card at the moment are what we call closed conduit meters. So think of a pipe and it bolts into a pipe and the water runs through it. There is an open channel measurement device that's now been accredited to the Australian standard. I believe that was at some point mid to early last year. That's published on the department's website as an updated list in live terms. And our next report card will reflect that as well.
So then what, so many questions. With the open channel, is that a, because there's open channels, nice little channels, or there's, Murray Irrigation 10,000 megs a day channels. So a river channel offtake, which is a large one, are there any AS 4747 meters for them, or how are they calibrated, quantified?
Yeah, it's slightly different. So I'd have to take on notice the size of the open channel meter that was accredited. It is published on the department's website if anybody needs it straight away, but I couldn't tell you the size off the top of my head in terms of capacity. Closed conduit meters go up to about 2 metre diameter, and there are a number now that high end of the large diameter market is growing and has been growing over a number of years. We did some work to meet with suppliers and a whole range of other participants in the water market since the establishment of the Inspector General, and we sat down with all of the players in the water market to understand exactly the supply and demand dynamics, and we can see a number of other devices coming through that accreditation process, so that market is growing.
And just to add to that, there was within the jurisdictions when we first got together in the regulatory leaders forum, there wasn't a great appetite to play, for want of a better word. That has certainly changed. That's very different now. And whilst we don't always agree on everything, and probably never will, our ability to do that work independently, to then share that with the state jurisdictions who may oppose going down a certain path because they don't believe it or trust it, there's been a seismic change, and that's most notable in Queensland as an example of that.
So before I get on to Queensland, so we now know what a 4747 is. What's a pattern approved meter then?
Oh, you're probably pushing the limits of my technical knowledge now, but...
you are allowed to say one that's not AS 4747.
So patent approval is a process where the devices are sent off to an independent lab and they go through a process where technicians assess the pattern that's built within the meter, and they seek to approve that as a device that will meet the Australian standards.
So bespoke, not for a range of it, just for a spoke single meter or a series of?
So there's a couple of different labs that do this work. So, for example, Manly Hydraulics do some of this. I believe there's one down in South Australia as well.
Queensland use it?
I think Queensland have got some that are government owned and delivered, but some of those other providers, like Manly Hydraulics, they'll take in one of those meters. They'll run a whole series of tests, having been through their facility. It is, as you imagine, lots of big pipes and lots of meters and lots of water flowing through it, and they're testing that for a whole range of different things to make sure it meets the AS 4747 standards. And if it does, it gets the tick under patent approval, and up it goes.
And there's a little descriptor on the first page. of those and a list of which ones they are.
Just putting it on here.
And the National Measurement Institute, the relevant body.
Yeah, they're the guys in Manly, aren't they?
They're mainly hydraulics. They do the testing for the National Measurement Institute and others. Yes.
Right. Your report, though, does say that Queensland, and I quote, do not require new and replacement meters above 600 millimetres size to be pattern approved. But are there meters above 600 millimetres that are pattern approved?
So there's probably a piece here as an introductory remark around point in time in Queensland. Queensland have been going through the process of updating their policy to meet compliance compact commitments. They released their final policy along with draft legislation to enable that policy late last year, and that indicates some significant changes in Queensland to their policy. However, I would note there is still some exemptions for arrangements above 600 mils in Queensland, and I think I might have mentioned at this committee last time that I appeared before a committee in the Queensland Parliament to talk about the impacts on the basin in relation to those possible exemptions, and that policy is now being finalised by Queensland.
And it received some recent budgetary support from the Queensland Government as well.
So we might see, because
they're on the improve.
They're on the improve.
They're on the big improve from where they were, Senator.
So, for example, Senator, the report card at the moment, so as at the date mid-2021 that we had this data, it indicates that Queensland do not require telemetry on meters as a policy. The policy that they brought out last year will require telemetry in the Murray-Darling Basin as a high-risk catchment. It won't be statewide in Queensland, but certainly those policy elements will apply to the basin.
We've spent some extended face-to-face time with the Department of Queensland on this issue, on their plans, etc. So they're being very collaborative, making sure we understand where they're up to from a timing perspective, rolling that all out.
Your report also highlights that telemetry policy published by jurisdiction varies quite widely as well. Strategic targets for deployment of telemetry for Queensland, South Australia and the ACT don't really have a policy for telemetered meters, whereas other states do. Is there movement for standardisation? Is there an appetite for standardisation? Because some jurisdictions would think that it's not really fair that one is real-time data and one is 3-month lag.
This is the exciting stuff we talk about at the Regulatory Leaders Forum, Senator. So, as I alluded to in my comments earlier, there's been a seismic change in the culture. Not everyone's exactly on the same page, but they're moving in the right direction. I think, not being unfair or critical, but South Australia probably the furthest away from the telemetry mark at the moment than others, but we're on a journey for all this, and the target's 2025 as per the compact, but there's certainly seismic difference from our first meeting to our last, and that's reflected in another artefact, a significant artefact that will come that will greatly enhance what you currently see in the reporting against the compact, in a product that we're developing hand in hand with the states called the Compliance Performance
Reporting
Framework. There's so many acronyms. So the team's working extremely hard on developing that with each of the jurisdictions. So that'll again be publicly available. I think we're targeting Inspector Leopold later in October-ish.
Yeah, for the first
About
round.
October for that first one to be finished and designed properly. So our next meeting's in March to progress that.
Great. When the report states data not available, why is that? What's the reason for data not being available? Is it because people haven't collected it or haven't forwarded it to you, or?
You articulate it better.
there's a range of answers to that. I would say when we started this process of asking states where they're up to, and we took a position of show us, don't tell us. We're evidence-based and we wanted to see the data about progress. It's fair to say the answer was an apple, a pear, a watermelon, a pineapple. It's very difficult to compare them. What we said was we wanted to produce something that's apples and apples that could directly compare. So in some instances where it says data not available, we may have received data from a jurisdiction that gives us an indication of what's happening in that space, but they may not have had the data we asked them for. So we were very prescriptive in the data that we asked for, and in instances where they provided us data, but it wasn't an apple, it was a pear, we omitted it from the final report. So for example, the accuracy metrics for Victoria, they did provide us a metric for that. It shows that they have 87% coverage by volume against AS4747 plus grandfathered. That's not the exact data point that we asked for, so we chose not to report that. It is in the text, supporting text, to give a full picture of the state scorecard, but we were really clear in the summary page. We wanted, if it's not a, we wanted apples and apples, and we got down to pink ladies only, no Granny Smith. So,
can I just follow up on that? That was some of the cases where apples weren't apples. Was there any case where data wasn't provided at all?
Possibly, but sometimes they were system limitations within the state. So sometimes we were asking for data in a way with a data definition that had never been captured by a state. So some of what we asked for here requires system augmentation to actually provide that to us. A good example of that one is Queensland. So again, on the metric around coverage, it says data not available. For that one, we were using the denominator of take. They were able to give us data with a denominator of entitlement volume, so they could say 74% coverage by entitlement volume. And we said, thank you, we'll hold out for the take number. They're currently working to develop the take number, and they are hopeful to provide that to us in the second version.
So the wider version of that, there was no instance of non-cooperation for data?
I'd say it's been a journey. Yeah. We got lots of free advice at the beginning of this that it wasn't possible, and we continued to ask and pursue it regardless. Can
I say, I think it's important, he's 100% right, but I think an important thing to understand is despite that potentially not looking great or being misconstrued, there was a universal agreement to publish with that, with an explanatory note. So everyone's on board with the report card. It's just a matter of time for us all to get there in the exact apples for apples framework so we can measure, compare and assess properly.
Yeah, I think it may not look great for those of us who've been looking at it, or its lack thereof, for many years. It looks great, even though the numbers aren't where they're supposed to be.
It's better than the last report.
Yeah, a starving man doesn't turn down a cheeseburger.
Yeah. And then just finally, this is all about metering and really good comparisons. We also know that there's water take that doesn't go through meters, which is overland flow in Queensland, floodplain harvesting in New South Wales, and other things. There are moves to measure, to accurately measure and ensure that that take is regulated and enforceable. Is there consideration to include that sort of take in your reports in the future?
It's been an area of hot debate as we develop this. There is an indicator in there at the moment on floodplain water take measurement by percentage. I'd also say in relation to overland flow measurement in Queensland, they do have an accredited WRP in place with rules around how that will be managed and measured in Queensland. We have been auditing compliance with that water resource plan now for some months, and we are well progressed, and we'll have a final report in the public domain in coming months.
Yeah, it's with the Queensland Government for their response to our findings, so it's not far away.
Good, so, because that will markedly increase people's confidence that this water take, which is legal, is not over and above the SDLs, which is the whole purpose of the Basin Plan.
Yes, that's why I featured it in my opening address.
Over to you.
Many of my questions have been answered by your excellent opening statement and some of the questions from my colleague, Senator Davey, but I just come back to the number of complaints. It's a foundation year for a body such as yours. Have you taken a view that you're adequately resourced, given that you would have been resourced on a projection, and now we sort of have a feel for how many complaints are coming in and how many investigations you're feeling you have to initiate? Yeah. Are you going to need to advocate for a greater budget bid?
Our role's growing, Senator. I think the longer we're there, the more we learn. So are we adequately funded by the government at the moment? The answer is yes. Will I be asking for more money in time? The answer is most likely. But it'll be on the back of a very solid business case to say why, exactly how it'll be spent. There was a reference earlier to the government's budget allocation to us for trade just recently. So that's obviously going to be helpful. You saw the weight of the amount of trade work and our roles that will come out of the roadmap once that's finalised, etc. But yeah, I just think we're a growing industry so far as expectations of us that'll just need to be matched. Not trying to build an empire here by any stretch. Lean and mean and accurate as our goal, but we can only do so much with particularly IT related stuff. I think is going to be a big ask for us in the future.
I asked a question earlier of the ACCC. I'm just interested if you have any views at this stage. I know it's early days about how you envisage the interaction with the ACCC, and I don't ask from a negative perspective. From my perspective, I see as an old lawyer, a lot of overlap, both from the visibility of data and also a reaction to that, and there could also be an investigation which is of interest and within the jurisdiction of both. Now, both of you may disagree with that, but you could have a market manipulation, but you could also have as part of that, a gross non-compliance. So I'm just interested where we're at in our thinking on that.
Yeah, so our relationship with ACCC is really strong, as it is with the Bureau of Meteorology. And I have a dedicated staff member allocated to the roadmap and the work in relation to trade, the Deputy Inspector Blacker, who's very welcome to speak in more detail on this. There's some way to go in my assessment of where we are. We're very forthright in putting our views forward as to where some of the gaps or the opportunities may be, and we just hope we're listened to, and it's a work in progress. Senator?
Role clarity is one of the main things when you're building a regulator that you need to be successful. You need to know where you're playing, what your scope is, what your powers and tools are. So that's an important thing that we've been working through in that space. We have good working relationships with the ACCC now. We're in active engagement with them, probably not overstating it at the moment to say a daily basis. And in terms of the need to formalise exchange of information or other things in agreements, we're entirely open to that. But at the moment, we've not come across an instance where we haven't been able to work cooperatively on things together to get whatever outcome we're both seeking. As that water market reform rolls out, may we need to get more formal in that space to allow our information and data to flow, possibly, and if so, we will.
Senator, just if I could.
Yeah, sure.
And this has been articulated to me very clearly that as an independent body, this is a once-in-a-generational opportunity to get this thing right. So we may not be that popular when we're pushing back on things where we think things aren't working or where they could work better, because you only get one shot at this. So we're not going to apologise for being pretty boisterous in the way we think it should work from an independent point of view and where everything should sit out. But we're nice to get along with too on most occasions, so we're not unreasonable, I don't think. But we're very keen to make sure this reform lands the right way and it's functional and it works. And we don't have, as we have in the Basin Plan, as I referred to in my opening remarks, legislation that's not enforceable or things that has no penalties. What's the point of that? So we just want to see it get right. The roadmap's there, it's been developed and it's a work in progress.
In your annual report, I'm sort of paraphrasing, but you near the end, you said there's no clear indication that things weren't being done properly. There are areas that could be improved. This is your account in your report, and that you've spoken to various parties. Can you just unpack with me what speaking means? And I mean, is that a formal exchange of letters to parties? Is it? And are those sorts of exchanges public and transparent?
So I don't quite understand your question.
I'm looking at the exchange of information from that point of view. So you give an indication that at this point in time, at the time of the annual report, that generally things were being done properly, and that where areas of improvement you'd spoken to the various parties. So I'm trying to understand the way the regulator communicates, right? So I have experience with, ASIC will send you a formal letter, which is can be discovered. What is your practices at this point in time, given that you're relatively new?
Sure, I'll let my Deputy Leopold also contribute to this answer, but I think the reference you're making there is in relation to the work we did with the MDBA and the TUO.
It was, I don't know, it was generally your general statement. I'm not trying to tie you to any particular letter, and I'm not asking questions for any particular knowledge of an incident.
Yeah, I have no problem with the question. I'm just trying to frame the context.
So where my interest is that in future estimates, you say that you have 50 investigations. Are there 50? There might be 50. Letters of compliance, there may be formal letters exchanged with the state, and how will I be as a member of public and a senator understanding not so much your work but the response to your work and the accountability on the others that have been in non-compliance or may be encouraged to improve, to put it in a nicer way. So that's the context of the question.
Great question. So the example you gave with that quote was in relation to bodies of work that the MDBA and the TUO had been doing, and we did a consultative assessment of that, and we were told there was massive problems, the joints were falling over, they weren't doing their wrong, and they weren't doing the role. We found that wasn't true, but there were areas that could be improved on. So we've had correspondence with those agencies, with verbally as well as written, and that's all kept in our record management system, for example. But we will follow up with those agencies as that example. On other individual examples, there's probably a different answer for every type of example, but it's all captured. And I publish findings all the time, so transparency is our goal, but we still have privacy things that we need to adhere to as well.
Yes, so in time we will be seeing a series of published letters of findings where maybe redacted, but I understand the privacy issue, and then publication of letters of non-compliance or things like that. I'm just trying to get understanding how we're going to operate, because there's a very different environment. Like ASIC, and you've got a whole bunch of companies. You've got state, you've got all these players, private, public.
We've demonstrated
small
that.
Farmers, it's complexity. So that's where the question comes from.
Yeah, so an example is Goulburn Murray Water, an audit that we did there. The findings were published. Their media release went out, all that sort of stuff, clear and transparent. And other work?
Yeah, so particularly on the audit, so we've got legislative responsibilities to publish our findings and recommendations in that space. When we go into a compliance audit, sometimes we'll also come across areas for improvement, so that we might find compliance, but the system or the issue that we're looking at is either inadequate or ineffective. And we find, so we will come forward with recommendations not only on compliance, but also any issues we find with adequacy or effectiveness in that process as well, and they're captured and published within our audit report. So it depends on which thing we're looking at. So if it's compliance with the water resource plan, often the audit might be the tool. If it's an investigation, that'll vary, and we'll look to pick up statistics on those sorts of things, and as other jurisdictions do with performance reporting. And then the oversight roles, again, quite different.
Well, trade price reporting could end up in prosecution, so
Correct.
there'll be a number there that'll be publicised, etc.
So if I understand your evidence, you're also, where there's a clean bill of health, being minded to report on that. Because one of the criticisms of an ICAC, I know it's a little bit unrelated, is that everyone knows about an investigation, but then there's never the clean bill of health, and that wouldn't be necessarily the best way to go in a community of interest, if I could put that at the Murray-Darling Basin. So is that, if I capture the sort of high-level philosophy of your position, where someone's doing well, you'll let people know?
We'll publicise where they're going well, and we'll publicise where there's improvements to be made, and then we'll report back on whether those improvements have been made or not.
Just a bit more time, Chair. Yeah. There was Mr. Blacker gave us some evidence last time about the various MOUs with the states. Can we have a bit of an update on that? Because we were going multilateral, weren't we, from state to state? And if you could give us an update on your journey.
You want to update your statement?
Again, we got lots of free advice that a multilateral MOU was not possible. We do have an MOU in place with 4 jurisdictions, which is signed by their regulatory agencies, and that allows us to develop a range of schedules as well, which are also in development and coming through, which will detail how we exchange information between compliance agencies on live investigations and other matters. So that's one MOU that we have from one aspect of our role, which is the compliance and working with state compliance agencies. We have a second MOU between us and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. That dealt with some matters to do with the separation of functions back in late 2021, but it also deals with some ongoing areas of how we can seek information and data from the MDBA, for example, in relation to modelling or accounting and other things. So we've got a range of arrangements, and I suspect we don't have a complete set yet, but as we come across areas where we need more arrangements, we'll look to put those in place.
I just have one final question, Chair. Have you had any interactions, both formal or informal, with Mr Beasley, the Commissioner from my own state?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. I think we might leave the Newcastle Knights to a different committee. I think you'll find that that's Community Affairs and Sport. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you coming along. If you were caught up in the delays earlier in the day, we apologise. Thank you so much.
That's right. Could I just ask one final thing, Senator?
Absolutely, yes.
Just for future scheduling, if the committee could give some consideration, if we could get an earlier time slot, because 2 of us travel regionally, and 4 o'clock on a Friday makes it very hard for us to get home, because we've got limited flights, etc. So,
feel your misery.
and the balance of the people giving the evidence, I think, live mostly here in Canberra. So, if that's, we can only ask, but it would be appreciated.
Absolutely. We will certainly take it into consideration when we're doing the schedule next time.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time.
I've got further to go.
Thank you so much.
So that does conclude today's hearing. I will remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by the 24th of February. And thank you very much to Hansard Broadcasting and to the committee Secretariat for all of the amazing things that you do. And the committee now stands adjourned.